Good evening. I'm Jacqueline Sustaita, President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This board training is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice that this training has been posted online for at least 72 hours. A recording of this training is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time is now 4:13 p.m., and I will call this training to order. I'll now begin the roll call. Trustee Rodriguez, Trustee Cuellar,
Present.
Trustee Castillo, Trustee Trevino,
Present.
Trustee Nieto,
Present.
Trustee de los Santos.
Present.
A quorum is not required for board trainings. That takes us over to number 2, public comments, and we do not have any. So we'll move on to item number 3, Lone Star Governance, Board Vision and Values.
Can I call on Dr. Cinto Ramos?
Dr. Cinto Ramos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you all. Good to be with you. We are going to proceed as we had discussed at the Lone Star Governance 2-day workshop. You as a board and as a leadership team had said, we want to get going and we want to get going as soon as possible. So here we are tonight. The objective and the goal for tonight is to walk away tonight, ideally and hopefully, fingers crossed, with board goals drafted, board constraints drafted, and superintendent constraints drafted. And drafted meaning because we're not going to vote on those, we're not going to approve those tonight. And once you have your drafted versions, I'm going to strongly encourage you to take them to your community, as many different parts of your community as possible, to get feedback from them, to see if it resonates with them and if they understand why you as a board are saying this is the vision and the values that we're identifying for our community. We will have a very brief conversation about vision, mission, and theory of action. I'm going to very likely leave that with you to wrestle with and chew on and work through, because I don't want to walk away tonight with a drafted vision, mission, core values, any of that. I think that takes a little bit of time. And as we wrestle through the vision and values tonight, I think the picture will become clearer as to what that might look like if you need to make any adjustments or if you need to design one at all. So that will, just wanted to be clear on the expectations. We will not have vision, theory of action, and mission should you decide that you want to address that. We will not be doing that, finishing that tonight. Any questions before we proceed? No? So this is a workshop, so I'm going to invite you to come and sit at a table, one of the 4. I'm going to invite leadership team also to join you. And we're going to begin. We're talking about vision, mission, and theory of action.
For the record, Trustee Castillo walked in at 4:16 p.m.
This part first.
If I've got one that I forgot to put one in there, if I share it with you, are you able to pull it up here? Or do you need to download it?
It'd be best to know.
Can you download it?
It's just this Word document?
Yeah, just that.
Okay. If you need a
Yeah, make sure we have at least 2 board members.
With an
We got
instructional
4.
person, yeah.
We could probably do this at 3 tables, the way it looks, instead of 4. So yeah, if I could get probably 2 board members here. Okay. Yeah, that'd be good. That'll work.
3 tables?
Yeah, that would be great. Looks like we can make that work. All right, board, we have worked with your leadership team. They have prepared data and information. We won't be using the slides for that part, so we'll get to that in just a sec. What I want to do is I want to task you with something first. I want you to see if you know what your vision, your mission statement is, and see if you can identify any core beliefs. Feel free, if you don't know them off the top of your head, feel free to use your devices, feel free to work with the leadership team. But at each table, if you would please identify your vision, your mission, core beliefs that you have for Weslaco ISD. I'll give you some time to work together as a team. Thank you so much. Oh, man, y'all are awesome. Thank you. I don't want to lose this one. Y'all found all of them? You found all of them? Yes. Do y'all have any core beliefs by any chance? Not everyone does, and you don't have to. The two main ones right now are going to be vision and mission. Yeah. So the next part is, once you've identified them, have a conversation if you feel that that still speaks to what you believe is relevant for Weslaco right now. Have that conversation. You found them? Y'all found your vision and mission? Good, man, gracias. It's good to be with you. Es todo. Ah, pues, ¿ves? And so then the next question is, when you read the vision and mission, do you believe that it still resonates now? Right now, 2023. Like when you read that vision and mission statement, do you believe that? Yes, I'm in agreement with this. And if not, then have a conversation about how might the vision and mission statement be better? Doesn't have to be, but just for you to decide.
I'm in full agreement. I mean, we were here all for many years as a teacher.
Yeah.
We always stressed the importance of developing the whole student, not just give them a chance to explore different.
Yeah.
So one of the biggest challenges we had in Atlanta, for example, were coaches that wanted to reward their kids and says, no, but you need to stay in my program only because if you don't get a chance for a scholarship. So, man, don't do that to them. Let them decide for themselves.
Right.
And the thing is, with the educational process, if a student wants to go and learn about welding or something else, give them the opportunity.
And you feel that's reflected? Yeah. Let me see what it is.
We've done a lot to develop the whole student. And
What does that mean as the right choice?
being so competitive with the ideas in these places.
Oh, is that what that means?
It's a selling point.
I like it.
It's a selling point.
Okay.
Let me tell you, I guess the best word to use is marketing.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it was part of our marketing pitch at one point.
Okay. And it's still relevant today?
Yeah, we're still in the competition for,
I think that's what I heard last time I was here. Some of the other neighboring.
What we have to offer does not compare to what anybody else tries to mimic.
Yeah.
Because we do have a lot to offer our students. Every student has a chance to develop somewhere along the way. And the most important thing to understand, and the time that, when you were elected president, when that young man was talking about that he was considered a special ed student and whatnot, he says, it isn't that I couldn't learn, I just had a different way of learning. We have to
Yes,
explore all those options.
got it. Okay, I like it. Y'all found them?
Yeah, we go.
I'm still trying to change my mindset from lawyer to board member.
Well, we might need your lawyer skill set for, the question I have for y'all is, since you have your vision and mission, do you feel that that's still relevant today? Do you feel that there's any edits you'd like to propose? Do you feel like you need to start from scratch, or do you feel like that's solid?
I don't know, I mean, for me, like, I think we need to know where we're at, to know where, like, I don't have that information, does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
what are we doing good, what do we need to improve on, kind of thing?
Yeah,
So, to me, this is a nice statement.
Yeah.
I'd like to respect the past and the direction that past boards and who put a lot of work into this, and past administrators did. But how are we, what have we done to follow this, and what does the new board members want to add to it? Does that make sense?
it makes a lot of sense.
So, yeah, that's kind of what's swirling around in my head.
Sure.
But I don't know how to do that.
We're gonna begin the journey today. So what you say aligns.
Yeah, right. Talking is, yes. Yeah, does this fit us? Does this correlate?
Goals. Have the community stop calling me a plastic. That's what I want. I just heard about the ice machine for like 3 days in a row this week. Yeah, they were on, I think my iPad. Okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay. We'll, sounds like there's good dialogue. Question to the board members. Do you feel that the current vision and mission statement speaks to this board, to this community right now in 2023? Love to get some thoughts.
My opinion, I feel no.
Okay.
I think it can be a little bit more specific and detailed. Our mission statement is really good, on my opinion, but I think we kind of leave out some of the specifics. And not only do we offer more textbooks, but we offer fine arts, and we offer sports, and we offer all these other additional, extracurricular activities and things, folklore dancing. That's the picture we're looking at right now. I'm talking about us. We're showcasing going above and beyond and past the textbook. And I was just mentioning to the table that seeing our competition is our charter schools. They don't have these other facilities and programs that we do, and so maybe that's something that we need to maybe talk about or describe in that mission statement.
Very good. Thank you for sharing. Who else? Board members, thoughts? Do you feel that this still resonates right now? Do you as a board feel that you would currently own this as a board?
I think for me, there at the end, I think we can stop, well, I'm in agreement with what Mark was saying with the complete educational experience being more about a well-rounded student and stopping it where it says lifelong learners. I think adding confident leaders and what was the other one? Engaged citizens. I think those are just extra terms added in there to make it sound better, but I don't think it adds true meaning, you know, because, I mean, yes, I think everybody should strive to be a leader, but we also need, with the workforce, we need people I think lifelong learners covers.
Got it.
covers
Got it. I think lifelong learners covers it. Anyone else? Ben, you had made a comment over here. Would you like to share?
Yeah, I'm looking at it, you know, as a kind of, like I said earlier, an I statement kind of thing. For me, it's kind of hard to say yes or no or whatnot, because I'm new and I don't really know the history of the district. So my thought is, I want to honor the past, right? Because former board members and former administrators and current administrators, again, they've worked hard to get us to where we're at now. But also, myself, and I'm sure the other newer trustees want to have their mark and kind of put their direction on there as well. So I don't know how to do that. A way to honor the past and honor the folks that have put in the work before us, but also kind of put our mark on it as well.
Very good. So let me be clear. Right now, what we're talking about, as you see on the screen, we're going to be promoting visionary leadership, and it begins with vision for you as a board in collaboration with your superintendent and leadership team. Vision is we're wanting to know where we want to go. A mission statement, if you look at it like a car, a mission statement is like the engine in the car. And if the mission statement is like the engine, then think of your vision as your GPS system. Where do we want to be at 5-10 years? Before we even go there, the reason I wanted you to at least take a good look at your vision and mission, it's this thing that we call theory of action that's in the Lone Star governance. There's a number of administrators in the room. I wouldn't expect that it'd be new to a lot of you. Anyone want to take in a layman's terms, how would you describe a theory of action? Anyone in the room? Well, how would you describe theory of action just without all the technical stuff, like just plain street terms? What is a theory of action?
For me, it's probably goals, attainable goals that you'll be able to reach within 5 years. Is that what we go 5 years? That's just something, whatever we're gonna utilize, whatever, but goals for not only students, but for staff members and so forth. And I think that's what I think is theory of action.
Good. Theory of action is like goals for administrators and everyone in the school system. Anyone else?
Remind me of like a DIP, like the DIP when you have your goals.
What's a DIP?
Well, your district improvement plan is like when you say, right, that's what it sounds, but like consolidated.
Okay, very
Where you
good.
have your,
Strategic plan.
right, you have your topic or what you want to target and how you're going to do it, and then you have all the components in place, your inputs and outputs and who's responsible, and then the final, how you're going to assess it.
Very good. So I'm going to encourage you to go to your book, your Lone Star Governance Manual. It's page 44. You're there. I want you to take a couple of minutes to look at page 44. I want you to read all 5 of these examples. And then I want you to have a table talk conversation with your colleagues at the table. Which one of the 5 do you think Weslaco ISD is more so right now? Take some time to read those. if you've read them, ask you to circle the one that describes the Weslaco ISD, your entire system today, and then underline the one that you think will best describe your school system tomorrow, meaning in the future. So circle the one for what you think it looks like today, and underline the one that you think you'd want it to look like down the road. And you can visit in pairs, or you can visit as a table, but have a conversation. Yeah, no, they run their budget.
Stipends depending on compensation. resources you don't need and you have one that's high. But I know that we're gonna be, it's not gonna get more users.
Special person.
So they're already coming up ahead. Go to that classroom, they can actually tell them what they're down.
Okay. Love to hear some feedback. What was the conversation at your table? You circled one, you underlined one. Was there some similarities? Were there some differences? If there's differences, that's okay. Differences don't mean deficits here. So who'd like to share? Board president's going to share?
We were all kind of in agreement of where we are today in between managed instruction and earned autonomy. And the reason is because, well, central admin directs all instructional materials and methods, but then we also, and then we also grant varying levels of autonomy to other campuses. So that's kind of where we're at. Where we would want to be is this, it kind of feels like it's going from least to greatest, or it's kind of like a scale, I don't know. A system of great schools is where we would want to be. We kind of already give parents some say when we send out the surveys, and we ask for comments, and the what do they call those committees? Those committees that we have, I forgot what their name is. The DAC. We do have some of the parent involvement, the kids' involvement in decision making. So we kind of do some of this, but we can definitely do more. And one of them that stood out that we were talking about was the contracts with campuses. Where is that? I don't see it here. Second line. And the district creates performance contracts with campuses. We thought, wow, Ben was mentioning how at IDEA, the principals are paid even more than their central office because their role is so vital and important to making a school successful. And it just gave me like an aha moment, like that is so true. Principals are so important for the success of a school, and I would paying them more. Obviously, he says, they only want to leave. They really don't want to leave if they're successful, but the reason why you want to get out of being a principal is just to have a little break because it's so much, so stress. But that was interesting how they could do some performance contracts with campuses.
All right.
Those were just some of our talks that we were having right now.
That's good dialogue. Similarities or differences from other tables?
So I circled and I was explaining to the group that I really feel we're under performance management because we do have some shared responsibilities when we come to curriculum or instructional resources, where at the district level, we do have some commonality across all campuses, but we've also given the campuses some autonomy to pick the resources that they feel fits best their population of students based on the needs, right? Based on our accountability system, with the What If report, having 8 elementaries already at an 8th speaks highly, right, of student performance. And I think one of the key pieces in the middle of that indicator, it says, educator incentives with student outcomes, which I know this year we jumped into the teacher incentive allotment, and we have seen, even just great results, across the district at some campuses, right? More so than other, according to the needs. So I feel we're there. Obviously, the system of great schools, like Ms. Ustaita said, we want to get there, but we know that it's difficult to be at that level where it just kind of like runs on cruise control, right?
Sure.
Maintaining, right? But I feel we're getting there.
Got it. This table, anything similar?
So similarities, what we hear, or the exact discussions we were having. We fall right in between those three, it was very difficult to pick just one, because you have a little bit of hodgepodge in each. The biggest difference that we tend to have discussions, and we heard it over here, is that autonomy piece. Because we want to make sure that we give our administrators the autonomy, but then that can also be very counterproductive because we have so many resources that we have out and so many methods of delivery of what they want to do. Because once you get fixated on something and we try to narrow it in, well, you're taking that away from me. You take it away from me, if I'm not successful, then you didn't provide that resource for me. So it's always finding that balance of, and we've gotten better at reducing it and having those discussions, but that autonomy is always that fine balance that we work with to try to make sure that we can get them on par. Because like Coach mentioned, he goes, of course, the goal is always going to be, a child's going to move from one campus to the other, they're going to have the same level of instruction and be following the same, format and, expectations and so forth. And for the most part, we do, but I think our resources are still out there.
Got it, okay. So why would this conversation be important for the board? Anybody, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's just about what he just said is it's discussing all the possible obstacles and things that get you to the system of grade schools. Like you said, the autonomy, you have principals, like I said, start getting curriculum, they're using different resources, et cetera. So then how do you scale, engage them as you try to progress monitor from the beginning of the year to the end? So it's a good discussion to have for the board to be aware so that we can relate with the administration. Because if we're on one page and we say we want to get here, but we're not aware of all the different challenges and obstacles and issues you may have later, but then that's where you're going to clash with administration as a board, as a group of board.
I got to get that recording right there. That was money.
Isn't
Yes.
it really, Cito, it's our inputs and our outputs,
Right.
right? The inputs, again, what are we putting in? But it has to be, we're on the same page with what our inputs are. Because the way I'm looking at it is exactly kind of what Abel's saying, right? Because we have principals, and again, we've got some strong personalities, which are good. They can stand up for themselves, right? But a lot of times they say, you're going to hold me responsible, but you're going to cook my grits.
Ooh, that's real.
Right?
Yeah.
And again, and we buy that too, because we were the same way. Don't hold me responsible, you let me cook my grits. I'll get it. If they're not cooked at the end, you need to cook me, well then we'll have another conversation. But we stab me, so that's how it goes. But again, to me, I look at it, and again, this is my Lone Star government, my inputs and my outputs.
Yes, sir.
Right? I want some input on my inputs.
Yes.
If you're expecting my output, I want some say.
And the truth is that whatever every school system is different. Some school systems need to move to a managed instruction because they're in complete chaos. They don't have, how many did you say, 8 A-rated elementary school campuses? Right? There are school systems who aren't anywhere close to that, and so they have to go to a different format. That's the reason I ask you, where do you think you're at, and where would you like to be at tomorrow? Now, I've given this to you, I've given you the two main topics at the front end. I'm giving you what we say the pot roast. You'll notice on the first Vision and Goals 1 in your Lone Star Governance Manual, which is the very first part, what page is that? It's towards the beginning of the manual. The very first question, if you remember asking you on page, I should have this memorized.
22.
Page 22, yes, thank you.
Yes.
If someone would read, what is that first box under does not meet focus?
The board does not have a vision.
The board does not have a vision. It is the very first thing in Lone Star Governance. If you as a board come out of this today or out of this session and you're like, we like our vision, we're going to roll with it, then cool. The next thing is I'm going to ask you to memorize it at some point too, because I want you to be about it. We want you to be about that vision because you wholeheartedly believe in it and you feel that you own it. And it's okay if you say, you know what, maybe there's some edits or maybe there's some things that we can just tweak and adjust and or completely scratch it and rewrite it. We want to be respectful of the past and we want to look towards the future. That's first key. And so let me put up here real quick what I mean, and I'm going to tell you what this theory of action is going to fit in at. As you see up there, it's what I told you, that the mission is like the engine and the vision is like the GPS system. And Ben, you're right. How can you agree on a vision unless you've already gone through your data? and you've looked at who's doing well and who's not doing well. You look at what's working really well and what are some areas for growth. Once you do that, which is what we're going to do tonight, then I would suspect that you're going to be better versed to say, hey, you know what? Maybe this vision is good, but we don't want good, right? We want great. So maybe this vision can be amped up a little bit, or maybe this vision is great, and we're going to roll with it. So after tonight, my hopes is that that conversation I'm going to leave you with towards the end, you'll be able to really zero in and say what our vision is going to be. You're going to be looking at the future. And as you're going to go to your community with your proposed goals and constraints for the board and the superintendent, you're going to ask your community, does this speak to you? Does this reflect you? Teachers, students, parents, community stakeholders. We're going to see what they say when they give you feedback. And so because we've started with the end in mind, the theory of action is like a super constraint. And it is what you said. It is the epitome of considering all your inputs and outputs and what you believe is going to get you to your ultimate outcome, which is going to be student academic performance. It's going to be student achievement. So it's the process we're going to go through. Your theory of action, in other words, as you noted, it starts, if this happens, then this will happen. That's how they're going to be framed. It's going to be that simple. If we do this, then this is going to happen. We won't know what that is until we take a data dive. And that's what we're getting ready to start to do. Questions or thoughts before we go into that?
Looking at the if statements, what is the general number or goal that you work with? Is there a set number or where you want to cap them at?
I thought you might ask that question.
That's an interesting word. What was that?
Where's the one with, where's that link with all the underwear? So I'm not going to tell you which school board this document belongs to, but there it is, that one. It's going to look, when we're done with this journey, at least setting up when we are done setting the foundation for Lone Star governance, Weslaco ISD is going to have a document like this. When I asked you, what are your core beliefs? If you have them, cool. If you don't, if you want to explore that, by all means. We're going to be clear with what your mission is, and there's a theory of action. So there's 4 that you see right there, Mr. Aguilar. Right? But it's what you believe. It doesn't have to be just 1 or 2. You'll see 4 from that school board and that superintendent team for that particular school district. It's whatever you believe Weslaco needs to provide clarity on this theory of action. And it's going to look like they went deep into it. They went into explaining each one, which we don't have to, but I got a feeling you all might end up wanting to go somewhere near that road. And then you're going to see they have their goals. They have their measurables. This particular board went with 4 goals. Then they have their constraints for their board and their superintendent. There's the constraints for the board, and there's the constraints for the superintendent. We're not going to get these measurables done tonight. We will hopefully be done drafting the big picture in SMART format, what we discussed in the training. So I went a little bit more, Mr. Aguilar, but there's your answer of what one district looks like. Other questions or thoughts before we move on?
So you're going into board policy. Think about
Oh, yeah.
the things you've had to troubleshoot that have been obstacles.
Yes. So the advantage we have here in Texas is that we're the first state in the country that has in place a law that says each board has to have these 3 goals. You imagine the chaos around the country when they don't have any guidance. They have no idea why literacy is important. They have no idea where to even begin their focus. So it can be debated. We like that we have the House Bill 3. We don't like them either way. We have a starting point. And you as a board will have the option to decide if you want a 4th goal and or 5th goal. With that, I will say, Remember the analogy of I only have one gas can? Weslaco, you have X amount of resources. And so you know your district better than anybody. You may have plenty of resources and you feel that you can tackle 5 goals right off the bat. You may come back and say, maybe we just need to focus on 3 or 4. But no less than 3 because HB3 has those set for us. Other questions or thoughts before we dive in? Let me do a one-word check-in. How are we feeling right now? Ready? How are we feeling right now? That's the word? Let's get to work then. So, because you all just, of course, we said we're in the advanced course. Normally I'd say, hey, we may need to revisit the inputs, outputs, and outcomes, but I think you've got them. Am I wrong in assuming that? Somebody give me an example of what an input is in the school system? Money? Budget? Let me go back. If we don't have this language, we're not going to win today. And we're going to win. Yeah. Let's pretend you're the owner of a Major League Basketball team. What's the outcome that we want? Win. We want to win. So as the owner of the basketball team, what do I need to do in order to win? Before the game even starts, what do I need to do before I even begin the game? Good coaches, good players.
You have to have a plan, your strategy.
Resources, plan, strategy. We need coaches. We need facilities, right? All of those things. And what do we know at halftime of the game? Adjustments. Are we winning? Are we losing? What adjustments do we need to make? What players do we need to keep in play? What players might we need to revisit? What plays do we need to switch up? Very good. And what do I know at the end of the game? Outcome. Did it work? And how do we know if it worked? What's the data at the end of the game?
You look at your measurables to determine meet your goal.
And what was our goal? To win. So how do we know, what do we know at the end of the game? We know the scoreboard. We know the scoreboard. The scoreboard is going to tell us we either won or we lost. Great job, Coach. I'm looking at the coach for sure on these analogies.
No pressure.
It's not right. So now we can talk about school systems. What are the inputs? So like, in other words, in the basketball analogy, the inputs were the coaches, the money, the gymnasium, the basketball, the strategy. Those were all the inputs. It's the things that we know at the beginning of the cycle. Before we even begin the game, it's things that we have. We gotta have players, we gotta have uniforms. So what are examples of that in a school system?
Resources, step development, staff preparation.
Environment conducive to learning.
Yes.
High quality teachers.
You're doing it right now, right? School's getting ready. So you're preparing for the analogy, you're preparing to win the game, and you're doing it by the ways that you're describing right now. You as a board are getting ready to approve and continue to approve inputs, resources. What your job is going to be moving forward is to ask better questions as to, are these really the best inputs that we have in order for us to win the game? When you have 8 A-rated elementary schools, Coach, what do you think? Is it kind of working or no?
Well, we still have some that aren't there yet.
Okay, good. So that's a good coach. Like, not all of them, right? We always have room for growth, continuous improvements. Not a bad mindset at all. We want to be maximum capacity. I want all of my children. When we say, I want all of my children, great. So those are the inputs in the school system. So then what are the outputs? Benchmarks. It's what we know. So board, when you get the beginning of the year data points this year, you're really going to hone in and zero in on like, how are we doing? How do we get off out of the gate with the beginning of the school year? Everything we approved going into the school year, I want to know as a board member, is it working or not? I also want to know from the superintendent leadership team, if such things aren't working, what's the plan? What's the plan? What are we going to do differently? That's why those outputs are important. Remember those? So then what's the outcomes in the school system? Final results. The score, the final score. We either won or we lost. We got better or we didn't. Or we stayed the same, right? That is the mindset we're going into right now. I'm going to ask the leadership team to put data packets in front of you, and we're going to begin to use these analogies with this data that's going to go in front of you right now. We're not going to constraints yet. So what you have in front of you, I'm going to encourage you to go to the slide that says Early Childhood Literacy Board Outcome Goal. Weslaco, you have House Bill 3 goals. The difference is going to be that you as a board are going to wrestle with the data right now. You are lucky because you have your educational experts at the tables. And you're going to lean on them to help you. This is where we're going to begin what progress monitoring is going to look like. Good question from a board member is usually going to be, help me understand. Or what am I looking at here? How is this changed? Or hey, I just noticed something, these scores went up. What happened? What are some of the inputs that you utilized? Oh, I noticed that these areas are not looking as good. Educational experts, what are some of the inputs that you're looking to switch up this coming school year? Because like Coach said, we want all of these young people to do well. So I want you to zero in on that one. And I want you to specifically begin where it says at the very top, the percent of third grade students that score meets grade level or above on STAR reading will increase from, I don't have my glasses on.
45 to 55.
45 to 55%. Let me help you understand to get you off the ground real quick. And then I'm going to ask you to get into table talk. 45% meant that is where the data was 2020, right, Steph? So here, y'all said that in 4 years, y'all would jump 10 points to 55%. Yeah. So I want you to begin the conversation there. One, I want you to think as a board member, you're about to revisit these numbers. You want to find out where you're at now in 2023. Just have a conversation with that first part with your educational experts. What happened from 2020 to now? Have that convo. So in other words, Coach, where are y'all this year? Where did y'all go with literacy? Because that was 2020, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have 23's actual aren't in yet.
But 22's was
22's was actual 48%.
48.
Oh, that's just for Hispanic, excuse me.
Yeah.
Overall was 49.
49. So, Coach, the question you might want to start thinking about is, y'all went from 45 to 49 in 2 years. Is that, how do you react to seeing that y'all went from 45 to 49 in 2 years? What is your initial reaction as a board member?
Before I make any kind of harsh decisions, I want to know what kept us from getting a better result.
Great question. And then that's where you get to start the conversation with your leadership team.
Why were we not able to reach here? What
Yeah.
was going to happen?
Yeah.
I know we've been through a pandemic. I know we've been through.
I'm glad you said that. I was going to make sure that came up.
Yeah. So we have to be realistic about
Yes.
the obstacles
That gives you
that
some
we're
indicator of
facing.
what
And we're
I
still
know we
having
don't
the
have the real
residual
results
effects.
yet,
Yes, sir.
Parents are still keeping their
but
kids.
do you have some indicator? Do you know what
Good.
percentages?
So let's see what your leadership team says.
Yeah, so you're looking, if you look at the, if you're looking at the goal from 22, where we started at 45, we could say that we're already at the midpoint in a couple of years. So we're, so part of the House Bill 3.
That's great. And did you use a full star release, or did y'all create your own? Great. So it truly is reflective. Awesome.
This past year,
Okay. Where? The SMART goal. You know that when, now that they see the, on here, remember on ISO when we go over the effective schools framework, this might be something that we integrate when you do that sample theory, because a lot of it focuses on exactly the file that they were. It's very connected, and it's something we go over through ISO. So you would literally just need to snip it and say, when you think of theory, when you think of your planning, your leadership, and it's something that you'll make that connection. So that way. Now you're a team of 8. There you go. How you doing, sir? Good. Ms. Lozano was talking that y'all's benchmark,
So what I want y'all to start thinking,
that y'all aligned to the new type of test questions and everything, the results were pretty good. So that's a good indicator of, right, well, again, if it looks like that here, right, then your outcome potentially, that was an output, right? So your output looked very promising. So now we're just waiting for the outcome, right? Did it work? Did it not work? And then if not, readjust. And I understand y'all did 3 weeks of intervention and just really intense, focused.
so the conversation you want to start having is, let's say it's 53, let's say it's 53. Where do y'all as board members envision
So second semester.
What I'm seeing, it's like 10, the percentage point difference is usually at about like 10, like 53 to 63%. That's a lot, right? 63 is like a lot. Attainable, right?
Feeling the pressure.
Yes.
You never had 60s at like.
53 to 100?
Larger window, right? Was it larger window?
Historically, it looks like 30, 40.
I want y'all to have that conversation.
Is it usually about?
And you have the ones that wait until the very end, yeah.
Maximize.
Yes. The other. But you'll be able to compare from last year to this year whether that, because well, because it's been ingrained. I mean, since third grade, and even some districts even do second grade. They're already prepping them for that week of, they do little mini, their star test. Where it's going across. Well, that's what's already by next year. So, and it's going to be a board decision, right? Whether, you know what, no, we're doing well, or no, let's restructure, let's get everything else that we need in place, and then boom. Once we hit it, we go for it. It's going to depend on, again, their vision, how much they want to show the growth. But if you're on track, again, it's going to be very dependent on what the conversations are with them. Do we want to leave it, but align everything else and make sure that the other thing that you can look at is, remember that when we talked about meets, masters, all of that.
And that's what 2030, that's the expected.
But if you're, again, when you look at the growth mindset, right, we're way ahead of schedule, but are there other things, like do we want to go masters instead of meets? because master's is your college ready, so dependent on your goal.
So you
If
lose.
you're saying we want
I think
lifelong
you lose
learners
the-
or
you're gonna
college
lose the-
readiness,
how do I say that,
according
drive.
to what the
Because
research
there's no way we're gonna get
says,
that. You're gonna have too many people
the
putting their hands
meets
in
grade
there.
level is
But I
just
think if we look at-
with some
like I said,
intervention.
if you
They're
say
not
10%,
absolutely
can we-
ready.
Well, I don't wanna just hit 63, but
When
can
you
we
look at
sustain 63
the
with our
trajectory of
structure, our
growth, right?
instruction, our culture, and our climate?
So
and then
those
can
are the
we keep
things that we
growing?
look at,
So
because you don't
that's
just
kind of the question.
necessarily have to look
As in
at,
accountability, I'm always looking.
okay, you have the percentage, and you're looking at meets, right, which is great. Meets grade level or
So
above.
anything below a 60
Right,
is
so
not gonna get us the A.
You're on there, but you can do your own analysis of where are we with the master's.
It's not even our goal.
Right.
So it's very
Not necessarily
scary.
change
So I
the
can't
goal,
say
like
I
you wanna
expect
keep your
an A
meets
in
grade level,
one
because that's your
when my
average
goal doesn't reflect.
students,
Right,
right?
so
And
that's
it does
a
say
scary
meets grade
part,
level or
right?
above,
And then
but I
when
don't
the
see it
state
on
set
here.
out the goals for the meets plus.
Like, it's not broken
are
down,
laid,
right? Here it's
they
just
set
your
out
meets,
from
your
here
percentage.
to 20, right, 27 you said, right?
Yes.
For 2028, they set it out to be 55%.
So there's so many other
But again,
levels,
understanding that you're not gonna
right?
get to
So
an A
you
rate.
can keep this as
Right,
your
so the state is
main
saying
goal,
it's
because
okay that
I
you get
mean,
55%.
why would you wanna add another 10%? and
But
then-
understanding that you're not gonna hit that 90, 60, 30, which is equals an A.
Right.
So it's scary, like what
It
do you
is.
settle for? Like, you want your point in domain 3, or do you wanna hit the A in domain 1?
So Greg, go ahead.
It's, I think, well, I just think like that, like, well, the discussion we're having here, administration and the school board should have, we have these in-depth discussions and like I said, talking about the reality and like me, I don't wanna just say, well, we hit
This
it and then
would be a
2 years later we
great
drop back
year
again.
to make
But can we build, what do we need to
Once
do
you
to build
hit
the
here,
system
if you
of,
surpass
well, the actual system to sustain it and keep growing?
your
That would be my question, like,
2023
what
outcome,
happened, like,
right?
Dr. Rivas been
Then
here, prior to
not
this, probably
change
when this
it?
was set, right,
Like,
2019? So what
Go
changes,
up.
like I would ask Dr. Rivera, what
But
changes do
again,
you
it's
see
gonna
in our
depend
system
on all the
that got us
conversation,
from
the
the 40,
vision,
the 45 to 55?
Okay, hold
And then
on.
how
Do we wanna get
how do we
overzealous
keep
and-
improving those systems?
Or
so
do
that
we wanna allow ourselves? to-
Hold that question because I want you to ask it in front of everybody. And then Dr. Rivera, I'll give you all time to think about how to answer that.
Also, we have to look, here's the school day, the hours, 8 to 4. We have to look at the school district needs, what happens during the hours when they're not in school. Because they have so many problems at home. So we have to also find a way to address that.
Right.
What happens?
That might come up in constraints for the superintendent to give him some freedom to get creative. But that question you asked is, that's right, that's pretending, right? That's the comment, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no,
We have to find a way as a school district
yeah,
to address that.
that's right,
Bring it back.
yeah. Some
Be an excuse.
districts that have gone down that road with the superintendent constraint, in essence, they're saying, giving you permission, superintendent, to move the school
You're in
district
that.
into the homes that are allowing us to get into the homes. There's programs around the country where they have like
You're on
probation
target,
officers
in
that are
other
not
words,
probation officers,
to
but they're
hit
like
it,
more
is what
therapists and
he's saying.
counselors that go into the home, that live in the
Like, why
community, that
rush
build
it, right, is
relationships.
basically what you're saying.
But that board made it very clear, we don't want that to be any more pretending. Go figure out what's going on. Principals, get creative. Principals that are doing home visits, right? Like things could be dangerous, right? But you as a board got to be clear on, so yeah. But first, let's stay on the goals. That question you asked, I want you to ask it in front of everybody in a minute, and that's what your board meetings are going to be looking
So
like
if you
now,
go back to the
moving forward.
meets or look at your
And you said something really
percentages,
powerful.
right?
I don't want a kid 60-something,
So you're
and then
not
2
too
years,
far
then go back.
is what
2 years later, we go
Mr.
backward.
Ayala is saying.
That's the reason you're going to be monitoring quarterly.
So do you
You're not
wanna
going to
be-
have to find out a year
No, we're
later.
gonna get
You're
it
going to
all
know
right now
quarterly
this
if you're
year,
starting to
or
go
do you wanna
backwards.
allow yourself a very steady pace so that everything is in alignment? Those are the kind of reflective questions you need to really dive into, right?
Es todo.
Like football, second grade football.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The system that sustains itself.
We're on the same page. Let me check in and then let's go there.
60% of the kids can score 50. 90% can at least give us one. And that's how you add it up, right? Because that's what you're trying to do. Then you add them up, right?
How are we looking over?
30, 180.
How's the convo over here?
It's good, very good.
Okay, let me ask him some questions. Okay, we're just getting warmed up. So as you look at this SMART goal, I want to ask you on this SMART goal of early literacy here for Weslaco. We're going to use this as our template for making sure that we have every part covered in our own SMART goals here. So let's see if it passes the test. This current SMART goal, who's the population in this SMART goal? Third grader. Very good, third grader. What's the baseline? 45. Very good. That's the starting point. What's the deadline target? What's the future date? 2024. Good, June of 2024. What's the tool that we're going to use to measure progress? Very good. And then what's the month and year of desired future performance? So we've got two June 24th. We got the deadline target, and then we had the deadline target. The deadline target and the deadline date.
Is that dateline?
Yeah. So what?
Is the percent the deadline date is by when?
Yeah.
55% by June 2020.
Very good. 55, and then by when we're going to get it done? By June of 2020. Very good. The only thing I'm going to suggest for clarity, because when you go to the community, adding the 5 years, which this was, I believe, 2020. Yeah, it was 2020. Yeah. But the reason I changed it here, I used your same numbers. The only thing that I did differently is I added, that's not in there, but this is for clarity. When did this 45 come to be? Okay. So we'll add it in here for your goals. So in other words, we're going to want to say, I just found out from listening to a couple of tables, your third grade literacy data is going to be available August 11th, 12th, and then you're planning on presenting to the board when? August 15th. By the way, board, that's a really good quick turnaround from your leadership team. Just need to note that out for you all publicly. So the question I'm going to ask you is to make sure that you're using the SMART format when we do these, and I'm going to show you what we're going to work on right now. So I'm just going to say August 2023 for now. We're going to focus on that House Bill Goal 1. You see I put blanks on the percentages. This is what your format's going to look like.
So we're starting today.
We are starting to draft them today. I say draft because you still have time. You're not going to adopt anything today. But you're drafting them today because you're not going to adopt them until you take them to your community. In the Lone Star Governance, this is all going to be rooted in your community. You want them to pay attention with you. You want those parents you want them to start paying attention to these literacy scores. You want your students to start paying attention. And when everybody's paying attention, there's likeliness that it's going to get addressed, right? La señora down the street, oiga, literacy, we went up 5 points. No, pues qué es esto? What's that for? Let me explain to you right quick. This is actually what board members are supposed to be doing. We're doing what board members are supposed to be doing, right? This is how you get that buy-in. What we're going to do today is, for the purposes, we're for sure going to take care of those 3. We're going to talk about maybe 4. But my question is for the leadership team, staff. You were shooting for 53% this year. Based on your output data, where do you think you might be at August 11th when the data drops?
We believe we're going to be above that 53.
Board, what was the target goal? 55. If you hear that y'all hit 55 a year early, there's a big story to be told here. Mm-hmm. What is that story? Celebrate.
Yes.
But the story.
What is this?
You get it a year early even with COVID and those challenges.
Oh, dang. Look at that. You gave me chills.
Overcomers.
No, let me not underestimate. Look, I don't understand. I overstand what you just said. Mm-hmm. Hitting a mark and surpassing it, having gone through a worldwide pandemic, and doing it a year earlier, Weslaco, I really hope you put this out to your community.
Where's the billboard, sir?
And because I know that coach here, continuous improvement mindset. Yeah, and we still got work to do. Yes. The other thing is what I also heard at this table. What happens when we meet or exceed a goal? It is time to address that goal again and set a new mark. And luckily, we get to do that now. So it's all good timing. So here's my question to you. Let's just say, we're going to go worst case scenario. We'll know August 11th. Let's say it's 53%. Let's say it's 53. My question to you as a board, where do you think you could be at in 5 years? And whatever number comes to mind, then I want you to visit with your leadership team, your educational experts at the table, and say, what's your reaction, leadership team? If I say 100%, is it realistic? I know y'all are getting, that's why I went with 100. Is it realistic? And your leadership team should probably say, I don't know, Dr. DeVeto's kind of like, maybe, no, right? Like, but leadership team, this is where the relationship building in this work really has begun. You get to be honest with the board. Let's not sugarcoat anything. If you give me a number of 95 or 100, this is why I don't think we may get there. Or maybe you'll surprise me. Maybe we can get there, and let me tell you what it's going to take to get there. Maybe we need to get rid of football and band, and we got to get rid of all these things. If you really want me to put all the resources towards literacy, have a real conversation with each other. So board, what is your role? What am I asking you to do? Shoot out a number. Specifically that one. So I'm going to fill that in. I'm going to say worst case 53. Shoot out that second number. Leadership team, what's your role?
Look at the factors involved.
Be real with your board members. Because when we set these goals, this will be the basis for your superintendent evaluation. We want to push for adult behavior change. We don't want to break your system. We don't want you to break your teachers and your students and your community. Let me frame it that way. Do you mind adults getting uncomfortable? I hope you do. But you don't want to break them. Have fun just having those two conversations.
And did y'all share with the board the last output? Like, are they aware of all the numbers from that last benchmark that you did? Because again, that's predictive, right? That may help them. Like, were you at 53, 55, you know?
But when you make something hard and you bring things that we're not
Well, that's what I'm saying, but you redesigned the questions to align, right, to what that is. So you brought it to what the state is asking, right? And that expectation of the state for the student learner to have. So how confident are you in what you put out, right, in that output? And was the data reflective of that? Hey, they did really well in this benchmark, and it's aligned. You know, the question stems are the same. The way we did everything was the same. I guess the question would be how confident, right? Yeah. Uh-huh.
The lower you are, the higher you're going to see the gains.
Right.
So you look at here for 23 to 49%. The higher the percentage is going to get much tougher.
Oh, absolutely. And that's going to be in general for all your meets. That's, yeah, absolutely. But at least it gives you a number. You know, if you're going to change the number to where are we going to be in 2028, what, and if we're saying you're already, I have it right here, Melissa. If you're already at 49 and you think, we probably surpassed, we're probably at about either 53, 55. This is why I'm asking how predictive, how, you know.
So let's say 53 like the flex. That's a 1% growth. Okay, so.
And you're still going to, that's a given.
So we can that's
Attainable. And quality.
Because you're saying, we're saying 23 for
So what are y'all's questions at this point? What comes to mind as you hear this conversation? So now let's go back to what we went over earlier, right? With the theory of action. If this happens, and if we do this. So it's not just about the goal, it's how do we tie it back to the theory of action. So ask yourself those questions, because the ifs are how are we going to make sure, right? If we provide this, if we do this, if we ensure, you know, the best principals are in the highest need schools instead of the frail and they're coasting, right? Those top notch, give them the where, like, if we make sure the instruction is priority and our outcome goes, you know, all those ifs in that action, remember, that's the how are we going to get there? Because in everything else, you can put these numbers together.
Right, so you said it for each one.
And there it is.
We are, we're gonna set it.
It's like a diet, like he just said. I can say Monday I'm going to start a diet.
You
I
as
get
the
all
board are just
gym,
gonna set the overall
everything,
outcome.
The membership.
They're
right,
gonna,
we're all going,
no, they're,
and
but
then
you do
they
look
never
at
show
it
up.
and ask those questions.
Or I told my trainer, I'm
Yes.
going to be 15, 20 minutes late. Ya se me pasó la media hora, you know, 10 minutes. I mean, you know, those are the things that you need to think of, you know. What is it that's going, what are my
I was waiting on it. Students
and
with
as a
special,
board,
yeah,
how am I supporting those
good.
efforts, right? So all those questions. And
Ain't about, well,
never
as a matter of fact, it's TEA
all the
pushing
teaching
it,
that's
so I love
happened,
it.
Always connect it, because that's what's going to make it solid
Minority.
as you go through. It's a lot of questions.
Oh, yeah, no.
That's why you can't do it in
No, you said
one.
illegal.
And that's why there's a lot of thinking, right? Like, do we go 3? Do we go 4? Do we go 5?
We had done a lot of training on that. So,
I think so, but
It's attainable, it is attainable.
Right. Right.
any idea what the research says about what's realistic in moving data points up district-wide?
That I don't know exactly what the percentage is.
Yeah.
But we know what real life is, right?
I love that.
Within 10, whether it be 10 percentage points.
Was that, when I was in the high school, that was our goal, 10%.
10%.
2006, 2007.
Now, once you get to where autonomous, or you've got everything aligned, there hasn't been that much turnover, everybody's solid with the vision and goals.
Yeah, that was one
That
campus,
takes
right?
time, right? Where then you can become more challenging.
It's like a
and the teachers
locomotive.
are not going to feel overwhelmed, you know?
And then y'all did it. Yes. That mindset, right? Love it.
Inputs, right? So it's a balance, and this is where the conversations come, right? Of, is it challenging enough, but not, you know, because you can be successful with, oh, yeah, I'm going to 1 point. Like, when are you going to get there, right? But where it's enough, where it's challenging, but not overwhelming. Because your teachers, you need to keep them. And right now, I mean, they'll leave in a heartbeat. I cannot tell you how many idea people are applying for adult ed right now. Instructors. Oh, yes, sir. We have to be empathetic in that sense and still do for the students and not forget that the front line is important, right? But again, the challenge of it, right? Everybody can do it with the right.
Superintendent recommend one, because this when now you go back, what you've been through.
And why, let's go a little further, and why is the superintendent super stressed out? Because what's gonna happen to the superintendent if he doesn't perform? And if a board is unknowing of what it takes, yeah.
Right.
Exactly. But now that you all are in charge of that and you're working cohesively and as a team, I mean, it's going to be and the community sees that, and everyone's working with the same, like you're all moving together instead of like going this way and going this way. Everybody's locked, right, left. You know, let's move together. That makes all the difference. And remember our first, where you were kind of lost with some of the language, right? But the more you do it, the more you speak it, the better. You're gonna have conversations and be like, well, let me ask you, Abel. It'll be a good, it just takes time. It takes time. And then once you learn it, the state's gonna change it, right? Yeah.
Board members,
After
what
you've been in it
number
so long.
did y'all come up
As soon
with?
as you get it right, boom.
I started off first and I had told them that I know.
Why? Because growth mindset, right? It's frustrating as a teacher, but imagine if we still had CAT tests from 1970, whatever. Did y'all take those too?
But I was telling Dr. Rivera, and then what can
The teams and the toss and the
2% increase.
California CAT test was mine.
What type of inputs can we help you with, or what do you need from us to
Great
go
question.
from a 2% increase every single year to 3%?
Great question.
Absolutely.
Do y'all have any idea what the research cites is in regards to what would be realistic numbers of percentages for growth per year?
And I will say this too, that again, you can put it all, look real pretty, but it's not an easy, you can have the plan, but it's never easy. Those that are resistant, of those that, you know, but as long as you have a unified front, you're going to be okay. As long as you do that, you're going to be okay. And supportive of, nope, it's the vision. Let's get to work. What is it that you need? I need resources. Wait a minute. We do have resources. But you know that you have resources and which ones they work. Hold on. We just approved some for literacy. So those are going to be great things even for you all, the pride that you're going to have in knowing this is what we did. This is how we're doing it. And know that it's truth. You're actually invested in the process. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
So I feel that what we have, honestly, as a district is very solid because we're already working ahead of that schedule.
Yeah.
Right, to meet those targets.
Okay.
Right, closing the deficit.
That's a great conversation. Okay. So still a great question, a great point, right? If 2 is attainable, next question, does 2% push
Those
for
are the ones for the
adult
energy
behavior change? Does it make adults uncomfortable enough in your school system? 2% a year.
That's what we were talking about, so finding some way to reward the teacher, the students, finding a way to decompress because we're gonna be pounding the hell out of them.
Yeah.
Grinding. We need to be able to back off and let them re-energize and then.
But is 2% stressful for them right now? Like in other words, if they've already over 5
That's a great
years been
question.
able to adapt and modify their behavior, their mentality, everything, and their motivation, and they're hitting 2%, even through the challenging COVID, can we push a little bit more and go to 3%
That's
per
what
year?
we also talked about. If we're meeting the 2, let's maybe go for 3. If you want a goal, sometimes a goal should be just above attainable. That way, if you really push yourself, you know, then you get it.
Another question I'll ask, and I know you're going to drop some knowledge on this. Does it have to be 2% each year? Or could it be maybe 2% year one, 2% year two, 3% year three? Is that a possibility?
Stress,
I'm gonna
social.
speak as an educator.
Please, by all means.
So 2% will take us from 53 to 63. So we're talking about a whole different letter rating, right?
Yeah.
Being an A rated comes with a lot of responsibility too.
Yeah.
We all want it, but it's the higher you go, the more difficult it is also to maintain. So we have to be realistic. Will we have will resources maintain the same? Will budgets maintain the same? Will compensation increase? Because as you increase a letter rating, you're talking about increasing also supports to maintain. It becomes difficult, right?
Wow.
You're talking about another
Yeah,
of compensation,
and that's what I
right?
mean, like even staff development, you have to increase the funding for staff development, because now you gotta take those teachers to the next level, and they run to the next phase, and
So
resources.
for these last 2 years, the state has not rewarded us, but given us the extra funding. ESSER goes away. ESSER flip is here, right? Do resources look the same? Do, the support, the extra duty pay, all of that,
They flooded us with
so-
money.
So we're seeing increasing, but the state is saying, there's going to be some cuts in funding, right? Does that match? And does it align?
Yeah.
And see,
Excellent points.
My question was Dr. Rivera. That was exactly what I was hinting at. Once ESSER's gone in spring, and all those additional free software licenses, and the millions and millions of dollars are gone, and instructional resources, and staff development, and everything you can think of that you buy, down to math. I mean, so when all that's gone, is the system gonna be able to sustain itself at 2%? And could it be pushed into 3, knowing that valuable resource, which is money, at our level, it's all money, more than the superintendent, funding and instruction and everything else, right? Money makes the wheel move turn.
Right.
So, that's a good question. Can we push to go another 10 after all the millions are gone?
There's a bonus question, and I'm the last one. So we've heard from the administrative and the educator side. Get ready, board members, because when you take these numbers to your community, how might they respond with going from 53 to 63? How do you think your people are going to respond to that?
They're gonna see 63, they'll say that's not 70. I guess that's the general response. I think it would be a lot of, they just don't understand. I think that's the problem. They're gonna see, hey, 55.
Awareness.
It's failing,
Raising
yeah.
awareness.
That's an F still, that's right. I think that'll be part of the educating
Yes.
Like I didn't see what you mentioned earlier. I saw one time in the district where I worked at, where somebody came in here, and they said, we're like that, we're going from 40 something to 95 or whatever. And there was no change whatsoever, because everybody's like, oh, come on, that's not right. So it didn't even spark any type of movement, any type of,
Behavior change.
or anything, because it was just like, no, we're not gonna get that.
Yeah.
Just keep doing what we're doing, see where we fall. But I think if we're realistic, like I said, but talking with
Yeah.
administration.
All right, good, healthy dialogue. We're gonna scaffold here, so let me start this part first. Let me go by table. I'm hoping that you identified a number for August of 2028. Which table would like to share? What number did you come up with? 63%. Who else?
73%.
And this table, what did y'all come up with? So 63 is your final number.
Wow, and you thought you were being
Maybe.
honest.
Okay, now,
It could be 60, I don't know.
maybe why? Let's have the conversation. Maybe, you say maybe why?
Well, I said maybe because I was talking to Dr. Rivera and the other administration, everybody here at the table, and I said, I know that we're consistent, I think the system's in place that you're consistent for 2% increases. Like I would feel confident saying, yes, I believe in you that you can do 2%, because the system, that's the way it looks like it's set up. But my question to them was, do you think, with all the proper support and planning and instruction, because you all know those details, do you think that we could push the increase per year more? Can we challenge that current system that we have that's comfortable at 2 and go 3 or go 4 per year? Or what do you think? And what would you need to do that?
And that was my question, because 10%, 2% per year for 5 years, 10%, I think that's attainable by the systems that you have. But can we evolve that into something else and go higher per year? Can we push for 3% per year instead of just 2%?
So we looked at 4%, but there is one caveat, which is we don't know exactly until like in 3 weeks' time what the updated accountability system is going to do. And again, for all of our knowledge, and you're gonna hear this drummed into you all, because we're gonna drum it into our staff. The new accountability system, 70% of it is completely derived from the secondaries.
Right.
So put it into this perspective, right? Our elementary schools could come back with perfect scores, and they're only worth 30%
For the district.
for the district.
But you're talking about overall rating.
Overall rating.
But this one is
Just that for this,
Right, but I'm saying, Mark, it still falls into what this new accountability system does, let alone what STAR 2.0, which we've put a lot of work into. But again, we'll know so much more, eyes open. We said we think we can go 4 based on where we're currently at. But again, we'll know a whole lot more in basically 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks.
yeah, because when we're looking at the state's goal by 2030, it's 90-60-30. So what did you say earlier, Diaz? I think we're gonna surpass the 53%. So if we go from 49 to 53, that's 4% per year that we're looking at. It's like a weight loss deal. You look at right after COVID, you're gonna have significant gain, and that's what happened to us right now. But then you also throw another curve into it, teacher incentive alignment. They're gonna be pushing as well to increase performance. That can also add to the increase. But we also have to be very careful, because we did talk about that. Setting the goals for the superintendent that they don't attain, then that becomes a problem too. Teacher burnout becomes a problem too. So it's true, we truly don't know a true figure until we get a baseline after in August.
So, like on the board side, do we have policies, like let's look at that example, for instance, the reading, right, third grade reading. Do we have policies in place where we say, well, you know, all those individuals that did it, all those students that did it, hit meets or higher, have to come to summer school or have to come to some type of mandatory reading program? Do we have anything like that where or you're not even on the reading level you're supposed to be for that year?
We have EIE local in our local policy that we just revisited as far as promotion and retention.
Right.
What we're looking at, but it's not clearly defined to our HB3 goals, performance goals. It's more on promotion and retention.
But do we have something like that in place where like this, like say, where we have some type of requirement or intervention available that we're, okay, they're not on reading level, even though he's passing, but he's still not on reading level, somehow he's still passing, but he's not on the reading level.
Mark, that's where, so again, we did take EIE back with you all, was it May or June, I can't recall.
Right.
But again, because we did remove the reading level portion of the promotion retention, because basically what it states is it really is grade level, like grade percentage.
Right,
like
grade percentage.
Score earned, right? I
Right.
don't mean by reading level, but literally, did I pass the course?
Yeah.
Right? And the way our policy is written, literally, right, the way it's written, you don't have to pass reading to earn promotion because it's pass 3 out of 5, right? It doesn't tell you what 3 out of 3. So maybe EIE, if we want to revisit.
But I think we're getting too complicated. We're talking about third grade right now.
Okay.
Yeah, you're also like third grade because, you know, that's what I'm saying, like could it correlate to then our goals here overall scale?
But look at it from there, Ben, what you just said. If we don't hit it hard in third grade, where is it gonna affect us more down the road as we
Yeah, well, that's the whole point of this.
Yeah. So, yeah,
But internal, as well, I'm saying that one internal, like away from the, I know I'm kind of going a little off topic. Well, not really because it relates to this though, but like the board's gonna set a goal and say 10%. Okay, we wanna go 53 and 63 in 5 years. But then on the district level or side, or even the board policy side, the community side, you know, because I hear it sometimes from people where they say, hey, pues mi hijo no está pasando, no sabes cuándo lo pasan, pues he's still not, you know, still not, no sabe, doesn't know math, doesn't know reading. So I hear that, and I've seen it also as an educator, where people get promoted, they have the committee, they promote the child, but guess who gets hit at the end of the day? Junior high. Because now junior high has to teach everything elementary did. And then that kid's behind, then gets, who they hit after that.
so,
So I think this, like, I'm just going a little bit deep in saying, the board can set a goal, but we also have to partner with you all to understand And what else can we go? How farther does it say to go? What else can we follow up with?
So, Mark, where you've gone is what your board meetings are going to look like once you set the foundation. Everything you're doing right now, that you're zooming in, you're going to do that at the board meetings. We're gonna focus at least 50% of our time on what you're asking. Let's have that dialogue, right? What's going on? But first, you got to set the goalposts. So, to bring us back to that, we got 63, 73, and 63. Assuming, right? We'll know more in August 11th.
I agree to go with their numbers.
Hold on, we got commentary over here. Hold on, everybody. Go ahead.
Just being very realistic.
Let's
right?
go.
And talking accountability, right? The state target to meet domain 3, closing the gaps for our population of kiddos, is going to be 55%, right? That's the state target 2028. So we're already almost there, right? So being realistic in 5 years, from 53 to 63, it already meets the 90-60, because we're at 63. We're above what the A-rated formula requires. The 90-60, we're 63. We should be aiming already, or should be hitting all A schools in 5 years. If we leave it at 63, the 73 is actually the 2038 state goal. 73% at the meets plus 2038, right? Obviously closing all gaps. But 73 obviously way surpasses an 80. It's like you're an 80 plus, right? But it is the state target for 2038.
And right now, we're 5 years ahead, right?
Right.
So we're just keeping it 5 years ahead.
So let me ask you 2 questions that I asked this table. Board members, I'm looking at you. Board members, I'm looking at you. 1, if you go with 63, does that push for adult behavior change enough? 2, you're going to take these to the community. You're going to show them, we're going to go from 53 to 63. Think about the reaction from them as well, right? So this is called visionary governance for a reason, ¿verdad? Your leadership team has a responsibility to give you, what does the research say? What is the data showing us? They have to be blunt with you because they're the ones that are going to be tasked with implementing it and getting it done. We have about a 10-point discrepancy between 63 to 73, right? This is the good thing about this workshop and this work. But those 2 questions that for you board members is what should be on your forefront of your mind. Does this push for enough adult behavior change without breaking our system? And as what I keep hearing, do we have the capacity and do we have the resources to sustain the work that we get there? And then 2, don't forget, you, the board, are going to take it to the people. And your leadership team and superintendent will be in the room, but they will not lead the conversation. What we're going through now, you're going to describe this journey to them. You're going to say, hey, we should be celebrating because even with a pandemic, we met or we surpassed our goal. But I don't like to use that conjunction word that often. I'm going to use it today. But this board is not okay with mediocrity. And we're 5 years ahead of everybody else, but we want to be the number 1 in the state because we have that momentum and that drive to get that done. The question here is, what is that magic number that you as a board feel you can get to with having received crucial information from your leadership team? What is that number?
So if we take 63% to the community, what kind of response do you think we're going to get? Oh, that's too low?
That's what I said. I mean, most people won't understand all the different dynamics that go into play when these things come up. But they may say 683 is not even passing. Like, it's
Because
just very
I've seen that before in different districts. I mean, you're familiar with it where
Yes.
some of those goals, but their baseline was way lower. Their goal was set. It was a low number, and say, well, that's what you expect for our kids.
right.
I'm not going to say yours, I don't pretend to know yours at all. What I have seen is that they might interpret it saying, okay, so you're okay with 4 out of 10 of our young people not being at grade level. Is that what I'm hearing? Now also, because you as a board, we're going to get you ready, right? I'm not going to just throw you out there to the wolves. You as a board are going to stand together. You're going to stand together and you're going to tell the story. And you're going to learn from your leadership team, and you're going to tell your community, you're going to explain to your community how you came up with this number. And you want them to know that you took deep thought into coming up with this number is. And you're saying, right, it's the story you got to tell. Can you convince your community that whatever that number is realistic, attainable, sustainable, and it's pushing for adult behavior change?
This is where you strengthen your measurables to make sure that you, because what happens is when you go too low and you balance out every year, then you flatline. And it's gonna stay like that from year to year.
That's what Mark's talking about.
Yeah.
And not only that, but if you don't have expectations, parents are gonna say, well, no, I'm gonna put my kid over here.
Right.
Because over there, they have higher expectations.
Yeah.
But you get the cream of the crop, of course you're gonna have that.
And that's not,
But we're dealing with a whole population.
Yes.
And you gotta look at the population, and that's where you gotta meet that fine line that is gonna be realistic.
Right.
and
Realistic.
we talked about that earlier about charters or competition. They say 100% will graduate and go to college, just like you're saying. They don't go into detail like this where they say 153, 63. They say 100% is gonna graduate and go to college, or 100% will enroll. So we're gonna go out to the public, or not we, but Jackie is gonna go out to the public. But no, it's tough, you know?
Discussion with a parent, and I said, we have board members that have a student
Yes.
at
Another
the
system.
Army Academy at West Point. His son was one of the top in the country at the University of Texas. And if you want high performance, look at our valedictorian and all these students. Look around everywhere you go. Look at all our buses and see what we're promoting.
Well,
Check it.
if I can chime in also, like piggybacking off of Coach, what drew my attention, because my degree is in early childhood, if we turn to the back, we have 80% of our pre-Kers this year that are reading on level. 80%,
Wow.
that's amazing.
It
And
is.
then even when we get to math, it was 89%, I think, on level for pre-K. So we were talking about how that's a huge celebration, and we really have to put that out to the community, that we have an excellent early childhood program. And that we have over 80, 85, 89% of our pre-K, our early childhood kids scoring like this. And when you think about it, the kids that were in third grade this year, they were in kinder during COVID, right? So these kids, when they were in kinder, it was all technology, everything was through the computer. When these kids got to third grade this year, they already had a lot of that knowledge or technology. Something happened with these kids that they did really, really well. So my focus right now is, what can we do as a board also to put more resources or more focus on that early childhood program? Did you guys talk about this one?
We've been talking
Oh, okay, I was gonna do like a college, you already
Internally.
said that. Yep. And put that out to the community, because hey, once we start this whole program and we're putting these goals and we're showing you that since they're little, they're already getting this quality education, it's just gonna keep growing. And I would really like to focus on that early childhood.
Very cool.
And like even like piggybacking off of that, when I put my kids in daycare before they were in the public school system, there was a school, I forgot the name, it was behind Central Middle School. There was a private school there, and they were known for their reading program. And a lot of people in Weslaco had their kids there in that before it closed down already, but they were highly effective in reading. And we had already worked with our kids at home, but we wanted that for them, and so that's why we went ahead and made the expense to put them there, because they had a really good program. They came out of that, they came into WISD, and they've been very successful. So she's right, and we focus at that, like she says, focusing, selling that to our community.
Yeah, and like Ben said, our kids, we're blessed. Our kids have what they need, but we're here to help all the other kids who aren't.
Right.
And those kids need to get it at school, because they're not gonna get it at home like our kids. We need to provide that for them at the school, and that's what we're here for.
Very good. Last thing I want you to consider, because dinner's here, is I want you to consider also that you don't have to be married to an idea of we're going to have to grow 2% each year. Is there a world in Weslaco where maybe it's 2 or 3% one year, 3 or 4% the next year. Doesn't have to be a set number every year. But again, you want to lean on your leadership team to give you feedback on that. We don't want to break our system. We do want to challenge the system. So before we go to dinner, I mean, this is how it works, right? I want to see what the board, what is the number based on this feedback and this dialogue, because we're going to go to dinner, and then if I may during dinner, I'm going to ask you to iron out, can we make it a working dinner to some degree? I'm going to ask you over dinner to try to wrestle with number 2 and number 3. Since I've shown you how this works, first of all, let's agree with what is the number of the board based on this dialogue for House Bill 3, goal number 1, early literacy. What is that magic number that we're rolling with? Board.
There you go, like 70.
The-
Yeah, 70. Yeah, we had talked 68, 68.
So you can meet in the middle of those 2 percentages.
Yeah.
That's also, get an average, 68%, you know.
I'm cool with 70, I think 70, but if we take that, like people think A, B, C, right? So 70 to be a C. Yeah.
I do think it's important to raise awareness that a 60 already equals an 80.
Yes, that's right.
Right?
This is meets. We're
Right.
talking about
So
meets,
we've
not
been striving
approaches.
to work towards the 60.
Yes.
Obviously not there yet, but it's important that the community understands that a 60, a flat 60 equals an 8.
96.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, they wouldn't understand the number.
Right.
And what everything goes into it. Because even some districts, some districts on their overall goals, they don't even talk meets, they talk approaches.
Right.
Approaches are more.
Yeah.
And here your meets are more, so
Right.
you're already setting a higher standard.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So again, we look at where is our, based on our data that we have, where is our greatest challenge right now? Secondaries.
Secondary.
Which is the greatest challenge?
Based on our data that we have right now, our greatest challenge is our secondaries.
So what's going on between, like you would say, kind of like the other district, they say they're struggling in secondaries, but it all comes back down to elementary and fundamentals, right? The foundational skills are being built there. So they're revamping and changing their whole system. But here you're saying that you have successful elementary schools, which you do. The data shows it, right? They're successful. But then what's transpiring once they get into junior high and then high school? Is it external factors that's affecting their academics, or is it internal structure and the system in place?
So high schools, definitely it's the CCMR, because that's 40%.
What about 5th to 6th? I saw the test scores. It's a huge gap, right, between 5th and 6th. What is going on there? Is it just because they're not babies anymore, now they're babies in the junior high? What can we do to bridge that gap?
Transitional grades tend to have a drop. Yeah. 8 to 9.
Okay.
You'll see the
5 to
same.
6.
So what is the research? What can we do? We know that there's a drop. We already know that. What is the research? What can we do to lessen that?
So I know that in our curriculum and instructional and accountability meetings, we've talked about even just having curriculum alignment and team meetings with 5th and 6th teachers, right? So I've seen that work before, because there's a disconnect, right? Because now you're at another building or another facility. But it's beneficial for the 6th grade teacher to have the input that the 5th grade teacher brings. So I know that we've talked about it with the curriculum and instruction team to see how can we obviously help support that. Because we see the dips in assessment scores or so on. Your TELPA shows it very much so, from 5th to 6th, from 8th to 9th, right? And then of course, the schedule change. Huge schedule changes happen in an elementary school from now you go into a 8-9 period schedule, right? Those are obviously also huge changes, right? And then of course, you see your extracurricular, right? Your other advanced courses in your transitional year.
That's exactly what I'm getting to. Well, because I have many junior high kids right now. I have like 3. But what can we do as a board? Not just the data, yes, the grades, but mentally or behavior-wise to help these kids transition better, or even the teachers to know how to deal with these kids that are in 6th grade. What can we do?
I've seen some very successful teachers in middle schools that were at one time elementary teachers, because they brought that elementary feel to secondary, and it helps the students transition, because they're still moving around, but they're still that elementary classroom environment type of thing, and so they do very well.
If I can,
So that's something that.
if I can add to that, and just share some experience, because I've done elementary and secondary and admin in both, and that's absolutely key right there. I've seen where the best practices at the elementary, the proximity, the things like those Fun 5, for those of you that are familiar with that, you know, there's the planning, the framework, all that kind of stuff that changes, the lessons change somehow because you should already know. And there's a mindset that goes with it. We've been talking about mindset from the beginning. There's a mindset that happens with the instructors. And so if we're not cognizant of that, or someone that has never been an elementary teacher is always done middle school, this is the way we've always done it, and doesn't know those best practices that still work. And I can tell you, going into a high school, those best practices that were used in elementary that I taught my team, they work the same because they're best practices. Those are things, again, to ask, reflect, what's happening.
Those kind of programs for our sixth grade teachers, like transitional, or those, what do you call it?
It's the approach, it's the,
Was professional development on how to transition the kids from fifth to sixth.
It's colder. I mean, I've done a lot of walkthroughs, elementary, middle school, and high school, for years, doing walkthroughs and looking at all these different structures.
But that's where your
There's one
quality
common
sixth grade
factor.
teachers come in. Like,
There's
do we
one-
know
yeah,
who we
there's
have
one
there?
factor.
Or if I look at Central, BCARS, and all these middle schools, which one has the best sixth grade scores? Okay, are their teachers doing something different that the other ones aren't doing? Do we have a program where they're going to water? I know someone will be like, I don't want to water. I know what I'm doing. You know, it's just, I've always done it my way and that's it. But I don't know, we need to do something.
So I'm gonna say again, no, well, that'd be nice. This is again what your board meetings are gonna look like. All these wonderings, all these questions, this is what your board meeting is gonna look like. We can't get there unless we get a number here. And to veggie back or piggyback, you know, for those non-meat eaters, pork eaters, that I know I'm in a valley. There's vegans over here también. So what I want to propose based on Jackie's thoughts and Mark, all of y'all's thoughts is during dinner here, I want you to look at the baseline with the leadership team for early years mathematics. I want you to try your hardest to try to come up with an end number. I want you to do the same for CCMR because you have that data in front of you. Being able to have a conversation with your leadership team a little bit, look at your mathematics for middle school years math. And the only reason I bring this up, I don't want to push this on you. I just want to bring you examples of what's happened in the past. Some boards say, well, we're covering elementary schools and we're covering high schools, but what about monitoring middle school? Ask your leadership team, how are we looking in the middle years? Literacy, mathematics, whatever that looks like. So that's just an example from like other neighboring districts that said we want a fourth goal so that the middle schools are also highly engaged and involved in the process. So before you go do that for dinner, because we can go 30, 45 minutes if we can commit to trying to have those situated, that you come back. Do you want a fourth goal? Do you not want a fourth goal? And if you do, what would that be? And then have numbers ready to go. But for sure, before we go to dinner to get our meal, I need this number right here.
We better said 70, I think if we meet in the middle, 70.
I feel comfortable with 7.
Look at that.
So 70 said, Jackie, what are you thinking?
I was in the classroom.
Yeah.
I know that when we do something good, yay. Now you want more. You're like, oh man, I already worked real hard. I don't want to burn our teachers out either, but I get it. I get
You never
that
burn
want
them out, Jackie. It's
No, never. No. And I don't know.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. No common pretending. How do I maintain an I am the Genesis mindset while not breaking our teachers in our community and our students, right? And one more little thing, and this is why I respect Dr. Guevara a whole nother level too, sir. You know that this is going to be tied to your evaluation, right? And so he's like not even flinching. He's like 70. Let's go, bro. But I also want you to be mindful that that's the important part, that because we have good chemistry right now, you have from the 2-day workshop to right now, you have good chemistry. I know that you're going to function and operate with grace and yet persistence. So I don't want you to forget that part. Whatever that number is, it's what you're going to evaluate your superintendent to. So
One constraint, I've been at board meetings all week this week, and one constraint I saw on Monday, which I thought was really cool, I even wrote it down. It was, the superintendent shall not allow adult conveniences to take preference over student academic achievement.
That's good.
So I thought that was a really good one, so I'm kind of thinking,
Adult conveniences. We're not here to, yeah, I see what you're saying.
and so like the 70%, right, kind of that constraint comes to mind, right? That, yeah, it's going to make people a little bit uncomfortable, but are we going to let that take preference over student academic achievement, I guess? But I don't know. I mean,
and the process is in place for a reason too, Jackie, to offer this. This won't, let's say we go with 70 tonight. When you come back from vetting it from your community, which will include your teachers, you will have an opportunity as a board to get the feedback from your teachers. To say, and if they may come back with that, right?
Yeah.
They may also come back with, hey, we're on a roll.
Yeah.
We,
They're gonna say, trust you guys, whatever you. So if it was 68, 70, I think, I know the people I talk to, whatever you guys, we're gonna trust you, you give us the number.
yeah.
That's what I foresee.
I mean, well, what do they think? What do teachers think when they walk in the classroom? I know what I thought.
We're gonna ask them.
I mean,
To not prolong dinner, we're gonna ask them.
You wanna know what they think?
You're gonna ask them. You as a board are gonna ask them.
my goal was already 100%.
Yeah.
And then I didn't get it. Yeah.
You as a board are gonna ask them.
But like right now, you said, like Dr. Rivera, that's always been your approach to, these are the expectations. It's always been like that, ever since I started here, it's never wavered. And it's the same thing, he approaches it the same way with the finances, with everything. This is where we're at, we need to find more, this is what we're gonna do. And so, I guess it goes back to, and you've always said, look, we're gonna pay our teachers well, we're gonna pay our staff well, but these are the expectations. This is what it is, And,
So again, I want to make sure we eat the dinner. The point is that let's say I'm going to put 70 right now. You vet it from your community, including your teachers, including your students, including your parents, including your stakeholders. Right? You may come back, you may come back August 11th and realize that you're at 55%. So then now it's only a 15-point jump over 5 years. Right? Because I'm hearing that there's high hopes and it's a strong possibility. So I heard 68, I heard 70. I want to hear from the board though. Ray, where do you want to be at 5 years?
I know, me personally, I think we can up it up to 3% per year increases, right, instead of 2.
Okay.
2 the reason to be able to do even during COVID and all these challenges, I think they can easily be 3.
So I'm hearing 68% from you. I'm hearing 68 with that.
68
If that's
or if they hit the 55 this year, then 70.
okay.
I'm good with 68.
What are you saying?
I go with
Coach?
70 and
70?
scaling it up, 2, and then 3,
Okay.
getting there. So
Okay.
I'm going with the end number.
Okay. Where are you at, sir?
68.
68?
As long as the parents and the community understand the percent, that it's not fading, 68% is not fading. It's the number of students that are at meets, of the total student population.
Very
There are
good.
going to be some that are in masters, but we have 68% of the students that are at meets out of the whole student population.
Okay.
70.
Tiebreaker?
I'm going to agree with Mr. Nieto at 68, only because of the situations that we're dealing with.
Okay.
Now, once we get past that, expectations can always change.
Okay.
But we need to get over a lot of little issues that we're dealing with now, mental health, all this stuff.
Okay.
Because I think those make a big difference in
And you said if we hit the percentage, even let's say a year before, we can celebrate and say, now we're gonna up it. So we can be at 70%.
Well, you won't be able to change your goals until you meet them or exceed them. Yeah, so now you will have your annual targets, but you cannot change your goals or else you'll lose points when you do your self-evaluation. We'll cross that bridge down the road. But once you set these for 5 years, and again, these aren't set tonight. This is just draft. That 68 may change up, down, same after August 11th and after you go visit your community.
And then once we start doing that, Mr. Nieto, remember this, Mark, if better is possible, good's not enough.
Yeah, good is the enemy of great, according to Jim Collins.
If better is possible, then good's not enough. Don't be happy whatever.
Doesn't
And
sound like
I always
Weslaco
told
invites
the kids this.
mediocrity.
I always told the kids this, you cut your yard, you do a hell of a job, man, it looks great. But next week, you have to go back and do it again.
That's true.
How long do we want for dinner with the understanding that you're going to work through House Bill Goal 2, 3, and possibly identify a fourth or say, no, we don't want a fourth? How long do we want for dinner to be able to do that? 30 minutes?
To finalize that, right?
While we eat, working dinner, you know, get a little charleada in the middle, probably 30 minutes realistic. I give you up to 45, but I totally want to leave it up to you. 30? All right, we're not Lone Star Governance, but you know, I'm not going to be like, hey, why'd you breach your integrity? Not going to do that. So let's say roughly 6:50. Ahora pues. Nah. This table said 55, what did this table come up with? 100. They're 55, what's your number for mathematics? This table's 45. Yeah, or 80, we'll come back to you. What number did y'all come up with? Not that one. 45 is where we projected it's probably gonna be at.
What was the goal that they had set before the big thing?
They did. That, yeah, it was 42. I'm sorry?
64 and we actually 1842.
Oh, 64 was the goal.
Right, power under.
Yeah, the goals were set before, right at the beginning.
Literacy, you hit a home run. Mathematics, and not trying to act pretending, and mathematics across the way, just state, nation. So, what is the number though?
Well, if we go back on the math, you based on the data, math was gonna give us the most challenge.
Right.
That post-pandemic.
Yeah.
So we know that that's why we're seeing the numbers that we're seeing, you know, on there. So if the goal in 22 was 64, and we attained 42%, for 2023, we have 67%.
We got 55 over here, we got 60 over here, what do we have at that table?
65.
I would say about 60, that's where I'm at, about 60.
That's 3% per year?
Yeah, 3%. And I based it on that because that's the most challenging piece for the math right now.
So, are we thinking 60 then? Ben, what does this table say? Y'all were 55.
I don't know. I say and I go there.
You know what it is? What do we say, Mr. Nathan and Jackie? Good, good. Look at this. Look at that. Okay.
We've always done very well. Very well.
Yeah, 15 to 47% is what we're doing.
Yes.
So right now, the drafted possibility is 60%. And again, now I want to share with you, your leadership team thinks that 45 is on the lower end, so I asked them to give the lower end of what we projected. It could very well be higher than that. But again, we'll revisit. Right now, we're looking at 60. What about college for military readiness? The other 83. Understand, leadership team, just to make sure we're clear, this is a lagging indicator, right?
Always.
So what does 83 mean, if you could explain in layman's terms to the board?
So 83% for this baseline means that that's what we earned in May of 2022. Cohort. It's always gonna be- That's just the way the measure. So what they do is they measure, did a student have dual enrollment? Did they get a certificate, college prep? Yeah, there's a long list of what's considered a CCR. It's a long list of what's considered, that a student is college, career, military ready.
You gotta have 100% last year.
But they had 3 kids.
So board, what's a number you think is realistic in 5 years after that explanation?
Well, we can throw this out there that 88%, what used to be, the way you would earn an A with the CCMR was 60%. This year with the new accountability, they kicked it up to 88. We're fine, we hit 89.
Okay.
So we'll be fine.
Can I ask a question with respect to CCMR? Like, what is our priority? Like, is it AP? Is it early college? Like, what are we pushing?
Good question. Good question.
Because I think that makes a determination on that.
So, for our college prep courses, we have a minimum number of student population that goes with the college. They're associates, right? That becomes students rather than associates. So it's the other way, right? But it just, you have to look at what the district, right, strengths and focuses are, so.
It's been a work on trying to change that, the cultural mindset on how we're gonna approach this, because I can tell you one of the biggest problems with CCMR has been the monitoring piece. Truly monitoring, accountability, are we meeting those indicators and understanding it? That's been, the trickle down effect from the top to get everybody across, that's been our challenge. It's gotten better, but it's.
Well, even in your early college, that's why kind of the reason it's not even there anymore, because the fact is that they had more certifications than they did people having associates. For large, like 70%, I think, were getting more certifications, and only 30% of participants were actually getting associates.
So what can we do to help increase this CCMR percentage?
That was gonna be my question, like, as a board, like, what is our vision? Do we like early college, do we like AP, or what do we like?
I think these changes in the instructional coach is.
One of the-
program has the highest number of
Okay,
kids?
so, Jackie, here's an input,
Okay.
all right? I can tell you that they sent David Robledo, he received some correspondence last week that we need to do a better job as a district expending our CCMR funds,
Outcome bonus, yeah.
right? So input outcome, right? So that's one of the things. So I know that we are starting to study it. So we are probably gonna have to bring some things to you all. Because again, input output to improve our outcome. But we know that, yes, we received some correspondence that WISD, please do better with your spending your funds in CCMR.
And so we're leaving them on the table, or what's it?
They're not going away, so to say, right? They're just sitting, but they're saying, hey, listen,
We're not using it.
they're not utilizing.
Put it back into the system.
We pivoted and we already submitted a recommendation, met with Dr. Uvetta, and we've been discussing it, so we're bringing something to the table already. And we'll be good.
But I just like, the reason I'm asking the question is like, I work in districts that do different things. PSJ, for example, they're all in on early college. Hidalgo's all in on early college. Edinburgh, AP. They have some early college, kind of like us, but AP. IDEA, AP. IDEA has no early college, they're all AP. So what are we?
So maybe we're spreading ourselves too thin, you're saying, and not like really focusing on.
Well, I don't even know what we are.
What's the trend been on the number of students
That's what I
that
asked.
take AP?
Yeah.
AP has been the focus. AP has been the focus.
But you only get credit if you pass the AP test.
Yes.
So a lot of kids who are AP don't even get the AP credit.
You gotta get a 3, correct?
But there's benefits to it.
Right. There's
Because,
benefits.
like, I could speak from experience as the most recent high school student.
Chill out. Oh my God.
Courses help you with SAT and stuff. Correct.
Do we have data on how many kids have taken the test and actually passed?
Yes, we have a CCMR.
Do you have that?
So again, luckily, Jackie, when you have your goal and you have your monitoring report, that's all you're gonna be, that's what's gonna be put in front of you. Data. All those questions you're asking are questions you're gonna ask at the board meeting at your progress monitoring time.
But could I make an I statement?
Sure.
My I statement, and I might be totally wrong because I'm new, but my I statement is I don't think Weslaco ISD has a direction when it comes to that. That's a comment.
I think I kind of heard that a couple minutes ago.
Also, it all depends on the student, right? If you have a student athlete or band or, they're involved in extracurriculars, I know the path to the associate's degree is a little more challenging. And so they have that option, of saying, you know what, at least I'll take advantage of the AP. And then.
No, my point is that there's some districts that make you.
So
Everybody's early college, or you're gonna go this route. That's just my comment.
the making for you, Ben, is going to be to set the goalposts. And then and hashing out what you're asking, you got to set the goalposts. So whether if it's 90, 95, whatever that looks like, whatever your number is, you're now as a board saying leadership and superintendent, the board is going to monitor this regularly, and we want to know, and we want to find clarity, and we want to hear from you as an administration. We want to know that you've talked to stakeholders, whatever that looks like, right? But everything begins with a goalpost.
90%.
What do you think, board?
That's an A, right?
Yeah.
Not 90 plus, isn't it?
Let me try to understand understand this. So the kids, in order to be CCM already, they just have to meet one of these indicators?
Just one.
So if
Great question.
I want to focus on, I want all these kids to get an associate's degree. We're really going to push an associate's degree, and we focus on just getting an associate's degree. Then we can, our CCMR rating can be really high just because of our associate's degrees. Our kids who are.
It's
I-
hitting
I-
those, it's that monitoring piece and hitting those indicators.
So,
Okay.
Mrs. Stecca,
Go ahead.
our curriculum team, right, along with Elias and our leadership team, one of the things that we've done, right, meeting with the instructional team, because we noticed in the what if report, that's what dropped our rating from 89 to 82. We knew that 80-some% of the districts across the state of Texas were going to see that, right? Unless you had your 100% at CCMR, right? So one of the things that we've kind of encountered and determined, and what Mr. Castillo is voicing is correct in a sense, because we need to start raising awareness at the middle school level. CCMR does not start at the high school level. It's a little too late to have that conversation. So our middle schools are strengthening that component to by the time I leave 8th grade, I should be TSI testing, which opens the doors to opportunities like early college prep courses, and all of that, those nice things that will give you automatically a point, right? But without that, let's say I don't TSI test, now I'm focusing my freshman, my sophomore, my junior, some seniors, I'm barely TSI testing for the first time. So I've lost opportunities. So what we've done, right, or what other districts practice is by the end of the 8th grade year, I have it very prescribed where you're earning the points because you have already a prescription, kind of like a PGP. Just like we have a graduation plan for your core, your foundation, right? You should have something similar to your CCMR. What is your track? What route are you taking? So starting that conversation early on, right? That CCMR prescription early on so that I know exactly, I don't have to wait until senior to see who's earned the point or not. Everyone should be checked off.
And everyone owns it.
Right.
Because sometimes the cultural mindset has been, well, that's that individual, they're gonna cover that, they're gonna deal with that. Everyone has to own it on the campus. And that has been, a lot of that has to be the mindset, the cultural shifting, focusing with the leadership and all that. That's been the
We
issue.
set that at 90%, those are district goals.
Pardon?
If we set that at 90%, well, then everybody's gonna know.
Absolutely.
That's right.
So right now you asked the question, Ms. Jackie, how can we help? They're gonna hear that discussion from the board.
That's right.
And they're gonna say, this is the emphasis that they're putting on it. Now we're all on the same page, that they're hearing it from you, they hear it from us, we're all in it together, guys.
Yes.
So they're gonna put more emphasis on it
We're
themselves.
That's right.
monitoring and we're looking at how you guys are doing, okay.
And you're asking all the same questions you're asking that here.
And having the knowledge, because I exactly what you said, Ben, is very true on that, but it helps with SAT and ACT. We must remember, and this is a decision I made personally with my own daughter, that AP, when you pass those, odds are you're gonna get a better score on your SAT and ACT, and that opens up way more than an associate's degree that maybe only STC takes, but your higher level colleges don't. And so they would have done all of this, not score as high in those ACTs, and now their opportunities are not as much. So those are very real conversations of, and it goes back to your mission. What do we want at the end? What kind of opportunities do we want for them? Because if we say, okay, we're gonna, go in with STC or TSC or whoever it is that you're gonna partner with, and everyone's gonna get an associate's, but you don't know for sure whether Harvard, Yale, Stanford, even, UT, Austin, whatever, are going to get those transferred. And that student that wants to leave may end up having to retake everything again, and it's going to cost them money. The goal that they set with the parent may not happen. So those are all conversations that need to be there, and really the community, the parents, have to be very well informed so they can make that. I was fortunate enough that I'm an educator. And so I was like, you're not doing this, because you have big dreams, honey, and so we're going to go for it. And she stuck to her AP, and
even if you don't pass, still taking the test, it helps you.
Right.
It's a mini practice for the SATs.
Cognitively.
Correct. So you go back to the goal that the state set. The reason they added CCMR in there when they first started with their, by 2030, they want to strengthen the workforce.
60 by 30.
60
Yeah.
by 30. They want to strengthen the workforce in Texas. So you have a lot of students going into the workforce now, with associate's degree, college, career, military ready. That's only going to make Texas better.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
so that's
state,
why it's a big piece of the accountability.
yeah, the state knew that they needed to put some bite behind that, so that's where those outcome bonuses come in,
Yeah.
right? So if a student is like, for example, TSI, and he gets that CCMR, but he also gets a post-secondary education institution, right, that you get additional money for that. And so that goes back to spending that money.
They got to be.
So I heard 90. Who has a different number or agrees? Board members. 90 is the target board? All right, that's gonna be our draft. Now, we don't have data for middle years literacy. Yeah, that's on me. I didn't ask them for that. What I'm already picking up, because we're down to 40 minutes, is brace yourselves. I'm gonna ask you that we do this again, but probably for about 2 hours, not 4. Because the other reason is, I don't know about you, but I'm anxious to see what your August 11th numbers are gonna look like.
We are too.
You are too, right? Because that 45 may change, the other ones may change. So what I'm proposing is to not have to like fly by through something and leave some things out, that you start wrapping your mind that I'm gonna ask you that we meet again after that August 11th or that August 15th board meeting, so we can reconvene one more time to really get these fine-tuned, because we'll have hard data and you will have time, the leadership team will have time to get you data on middle years literacy, and you already have middle years mathematics in front of you. I want you to unpack that, because you've been strengthening your muscle tonight on how this works. Then I want you to have an idea of, if I, as one board member, am gonna want to entertain a 4th or a 5th goal, and what that looks like. Questions, thoughts, or pushback on what I just said to you? Yes?
I just want to back up pretty soon, but if we schedule during the week though, I would be better for me after 5, like I said, 3 or 4. I don't mind the weekend, whatever time, but during the week, if it's going to be during the week, it'd be helping out with work. So we call and have a day.
I'm good with that. It's up to you all.
Are we going to do constraints now?
Yes. That's why I wanted to just propose that, because there's no point in hashing this one out, not having data, but I want you to make a decision, but I want you to really live into this and check it out on your own. And then we come back in a month or less. You're very prepared. We revisit everything we did tonight and just let it chew on it, right? And you might have some changes of opinion, but I would highly encourage you to visit with your superintendent and leadership team one-on-ones as well, to say, hey, like, help me understand a little bit more. I want to learn a little bit more about CCMR. Like, that's what this relationship looks like for you as board members and your leadership team. The information you just got a minute ago, maybe you want to unpack that a little bit more. Help me understand more. That is completely allowable as a board member. Your job is to ask questions. And your other job is to be convinced that what you vote for, what you approve, that you're sure about what you're doing. Make sense? You ready for constraints? You've been ready since day one. Look, first of all, we've got the House Bill 3 goals. When we finally get to a solid draft and go to the community, I'm going to ask you to memorize them. So in other words, if it is 53, when you're in the community, you're going to say it so much, you're going to be like, hey, we're 53. Next year, you're going to be like, I don't want no 53, and I don't want less than 53. There's going to be some really cool conversation. We don't do superintendent constraints until we do board constraints. So at this point, I'm going to ask the leadership team, y'all can go ahead and go get something to snack on. Y'all can go walk around. I want you to leave us with the board, because this is going to be a board-on-board conversation. So leadership, Abel, is it okay if I just message you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Absolutely. We don't get to superintendent constraints till we handle board constraints. Other areas that maybe conducted themselves in a manner and had behaviors that were not productive for children, right? That were not productive for conducting business for children. So have that on the forefront of your mind. And when I say agreements, is think about what are behaviors that you don't ever really want to see in this boardroom to keep the focus on students, to keep the focus on student outcomes.
That one was excellent.
That one,
Inconveniences.
okay.
Oh, that was superintendent
And that
constraint?
district
Oh,
It was.
superintendent.
okay, not
I
a
mean, it
board.
could apply to the board.
If we reword it, it can be one for the board. So let me give you a little warm up. One example that's in the Lone Star Governance Manual is there are board members who like to direct day-to-day operations. Like they like to go to the campuses. They like to tell principals what they can and can't do. They like to tell the superintendent, you can't hire this person. I want you to hire this person. Those are behaviors that are toxic and are very destructive for school systems. So that's an example of a board that said, we're going to adopt this constraint that the board either collectively or through the actions of an individual board member shall not direct or appear to direct staff on day-to-day operations.
I feel like that's what the community expects. When I get those phone calls of this and that, I feel like that's what has, I don't know if it's been done in the past or it's a culture thing here in Weslaco, but they think that we are the ones who tell the superintendent who to hire. They think it's us that, like you said right now, going to tell the principal, do this and do that. And it's hard to explain, hey, I don't do that. But why not? You're on the board, and it's a community culture to think that the board does do that.
If we put it in writing, then we can say, hey, we can't do it.
And so when you,
That's a value issue right there. Board members getting too involved, thinking that they're the superintendent.
hiring for. So on that note, Jackie, what you described, what all of you are probably thinking, and Ben, the way you went in that direction, think of constraints as also giving you support and backing of like, oiga, señora, like, look, because remember, you're going to take the goals to the community. You're also going to take the board constraints and the superintendent constraints. There's a reason why you're going to be the ones presenting, not by yourselves. It's going to be at least 2, no more than 3 board members presenting in the community different parts. But it'll be an opportunity for you to be able to say, like, somebody might say, well, why is that on there? Is that something y'all are doing? Actually, no. And we want to be able to tell you that that's actually not what we're supposed to do. We just felt that it was important for us to put it in writing, and it's going to be on our website. We're going to print it out. It's going to be in the boardroom so that we're all clear that is not what board members are supposed to do.
Well, what are the consequences though? Like, is it constraints and consequences, or is it
You don't get reelected.
like you can kick them off? Hey, you know what, you did 1, 2, 3
No,
times.
the boards police themselves. I mean, one of the things you could do is censure one another. But once we start doing that, I mean, we're kind of, we're past most of our government. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
What's going to happen is when you do your board self-evaluation, you're going to have an item in here where you're going to ask yourselves, has anyone here breached their integrity with the board constraints? And if you have a very real conversation and it's like fulano so-and-so board member actually did go against that and we had a fight about it or we had this heavy discussion, then we're going to lose points on a Lone Star governance instrument. That's one form of accountability. The truth is, other than censoring and then, right, there's really not much you can do to a colleague who just doesn't want to behave themselves. Other than what you really are doing is you're setting a culture by modeling. And that's why we do the governance, the integrity. Remember that? The being on time and like, what have I promised people to do? So you create the culture and you sustain the culture. This just helps you.
It's also the education part, because people don't know what board members do. They think we do that.
In governance management, you don't know the difference.
That's right. They think, as you said, they think they elect you so that they can call you. You as far as elected officials are at the closest level to the layperson, to everyday human being in your community, which can be very gratifying, but can also be very challenging.
And some of us are parents, so we also, I mean, like, I want to get in my parent role and complain. It's easy for me because the superintendent's here, but it's hard to not cross that line. What am I, a trustee, a parent?
Yeah, that's right.
It's tough.
So y'all can have a table talk. I want to give you a couple minutes. You can have up to 5.
What's, I guess, not disappointing, but just, there is really no consequences. There is no, even if you police it, whatever, I mean, at the end of the day, it's done, whatever's done is done, and that person is still flexing their muscle out there against, with administrators, with people in position, in leadership positions that are supposed to be running their campuses or what have you, or their school district. So, for me, I find, this is all a great, I was very inspired when we had the meeting, those two days and stuff. But I sit back and I start thinking, okay, as a board, when are we all really going to start working for that? It all sounds great. It's a great idea or whatever it may be, great guidelines and everything. But when we sit up here and we can't even vote on insurance, or we can't even vote on and truly open it up for discussion, or even open it up because, well, we got to take care of this guy, or we got to take care of this company. I'm tired. I don't want to take care of anybody. I want to provide what's best for the district, for the staff, we can't even vote on, or the other day with the tax people. There's 2 different companies. We know one's a top dog, the other one's so, we can't even agree on that because some people, or we feel we have loyalties or whatever it may be. But I think at some point with this governance, we need to put all that aside and even if we open it up and vote on it or whatever, but I would really like an explanation why we think, tell us, I think this is what this governance is for. Tell us why you think this group or this company or this is better than this one.
Yeah.
And let's vote on with facts, not just because I know these people. They're all good people. They're all good people at the end of the day because they obviously want your business. But when are we gonna, as a board, go above that and truly select people because of, or not even people, companies or whatever it may be, because of what they bring to the table, not because of who they are. That's what so for me, I was sharing earlier today, I feel like I don't want to waste my time here. And if we can't grow together or we can't make those decisions based on facts, then to me this is all a waste of time.
Sure. So
But that's why we have those companies present and provide the facts.
But we didn't have them present.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's.
Going forward, I'd like to.
Like you had asked, somebody asked about the presentations. I asked. You right? Yeah, so, but that's. Huh?
Before in the past, you asked them to present, not everybody. Like only certain people will come and present. Handpicked people.
To me, that's where it feels like.
Are we supposed to start from scratch?
Somebody's playing
You're
games.
scratched.
Somebody's doing the selecting process for us, or somebody, hey, well, present this, or it was at the very last minute, hey, and it happened. Hey, we didn't get, the guy came up here and told us we didn't get called till this morning or whatever to present, and the guy drove from Houston. We should not be operating like that, but to me, it feels like things are rigged, and it creates obviously a distrust.
So I guess, does it go back to the committees? Why do we have committees if we feel like we can't trust the committees that are interviewing, these companies? What is that? That's really, because I don't have, yeah, you're right. We base it on what, we're being told. So is it the process?
Oh, I think it's a lot of this.
What are we supposed to?
Well, I think the whole point of this is to avoid fights like that and to keep us focused on what's important, which is student outcomes.
Right.
And things, that's why our goals have to do with reading, math, and CCMR and whatnot. It's things like that cause division, that distract us from what we're supposed to be dealing with. So that's the whole point of this exercise. Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with that and whatnot. And we could put constraints in there to address your concerns, Jesse, on the board constraints.
Yeah.
Or on the superintendent constraints as well. But I mean, to me, I think one board constraint, and this is, I mean, that I would like to see as well on top of that is, if there's a vote that doesn't go a board member's way, I think what leads to dysfunction is somebody takes it personally. And I don't know how we could word that, because I agree with you in that meeting, Jesse, and I was upset too, that I kind of, like, you know, I didn't let it affect us moving forward, because I'm making a nice statement about myself. I almost did, I'll be honest with you, I almost did. I almost let it affect the way that I voted at the board meeting. But then I thought about it, and what's important is students and stuff like that.
I mean, can we get her to the point where, you know, selecting an insurance, selecting a tax attorney, I mean, is that, I mean, or certain things, I know, can that be taken away from us to avoid, you know, I mean, is that something, I mean, I don't know. I don't hear, you know.
When we did have, these conversations, unfortunately, we have to make those choices. But we are given data, we are given numbers, we're given information. Do you guys actually go through that data and read what we spent, how effective whoever we have at the time has been? Do you guys go through all the paperwork that's sent to us and read it honestly? Tell yourself, you don't have to tell me. Honestly, do you read all those numbers, the graphs, and all the paperwork given to us? Because if you guys had, on some of those decisions we made, we have not made the most effective or efficient or beneficial decision, because I don't want to see, I know we're open session, I'm just going to use one that off the top of my head. The lawyer that we have, you paid a lot of money, but we didn't want to open it up just to see if we would get a better deal, because we just wanted to keep that lawyer. So what I'm saying, if you read and actually looked through that data, our legal costs have been going up more than all the other years. Wouldn't you want to analyze and say, let me see if we could get a better price? But we didn't. So are we making the best decisions? Are you guys actually reading through everything?
Well, I mean, I think we went through the same situation when we replaced our previous attorneys, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
yes.
I mean, I wasn't in favor of replacing our previous attorney, you know, just because of whatever it might have been, you know? And but to me, just replacing people to replace people, I mean, I'm never in favor of that.
And just opening everything you're going to replace them, because you can always pick them again. It was just to get
I mean,
information.
RFPs, but like, well, the attorneys, I wasn't part of that vote, and I did review all his charges, I did see his charges, I did compare the previous years, and I did see the increments, and you gotta, one of those years, guys, we're in a forensic audit. In 2021, we had 60-something meetings, which is crazy. We had 61 meetings as a board that year. Entirely, yeah. It was
some of
kind
those
of ridiculous.
probably, we didn't even have to have, but I just,
So there's a correlation.
But the years after we were looking at
It's just like the pharmacy plan.
Well, anyway, that's just an example. My question was, do we actually,
You know, it goes both. There's a lot of decisions that are
give me a constraint as we can,
back and forth, you know?
I just want to be able to make a fair decision based on presentation, based on, bring the stuff for us.
But I think like when you're talking about committees, Doc had a good point. We have transitioned a lot from 2020 to now, 2023. A lot of new personnel, the whole structure is completely different, new leadership, new processes that were put into place, and policies. We went from just 3 people being in a committee to 10, 12, 15 people being in a committee, from representation across the entire district. Like I know y'all, like we brought up insurance. We had 33 people from the entire district, from teachers to administrators to elementary, middle school, and high school. And they were giving a very in-depth presentation on companies and numbers and whatnot. And yet, that committee, which is their product, decided to go with what the board approved. And even though, so how does the board then go against that representative body, which was our actual employees, and it's their product? That's a real hard fight, you know, to do in public. Say, well, all those 33 people are wrong, and so is the administration, and so is Dr. Rivera.
And their consultant.
And the consultant that they hired. There was so many different categories saying.
well, when you look at the data and the numbers, they
Yeah. And the
give a
numbers
different
were right.
story than what the consultant said.
Yeah, but I know, but.
That's where the mistrust comes in.
But the option that was
For me.
picked was the best option, the best cost and everything when you broke down the numbers.
But that's what I'm saying. saying, but when you break down the numbers,
It was the best option, the one that they chose, the committee, the staff.
no,
Yes,
we
it
got the
was.
numbers, but okay,
Guaranteed.
agree to this.
But that's where we have to entrust in them to give us the recommendation instead of we are, you know, I like presentations, but I'd rather have the people that we pay do all the work and then say, this is the best company for this particular, as long as it's in the best interest of students and staff and is the lowest bid or whatever, then that's what we should be
But
going.
look at what happened when Dr. Rivera came in and we trusted Dr. Bernal, just this and this and this and that.
Right.
We put the trust and then later on come to find out, oh no, you know, you guys trusted, you made this decision and then we're like, oops, sorry, well, we trusted. How, I don't know, how far can we,
Well, that's
we want
monitoring.
to trust.
That's the point of this.
That's monitoring.
That's the point of this, because
Yeah, so I want to say, oh yes, whatever you want, but at the same
All
time,
these-
wait, I have
all-
to check
all
on
these grievances-
trust but verify.
All these
I want to make
grievances are
sure.
prior to this.
prior to this,
So the other part to this, we'll put the pieces together. And Ben, you said it right. Some of these might be a board constraint, and you might need to edit it to also be a superintendent constraint. I'm hearing a pattern here, right? So this pattern is particular to you. It may not be the same up in Central Texas, North Texas, or in other parts of the state, right? But there's a pattern here. Jesse, to your point, I am the Genesis mindset. The reason we did a lot of the I am the Genesis mindset, it's that I am one person. So student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. Whose behavior needs to change first? Mine.
like,
Yes.
for example, sir, if I can talk about it,
Sure.
was hiring committees with the audit. We saw that, say, 2 people, 3 people on hiring committees in the past, things like that. We saw a pattern. And then once the audit came out, we asked, as the board, we verbally, it was almost like a constraint, said, hey, we'd like to have interview committees with a good representative body from the campus, from central office, at least 10 or more, so that we can show our staff and the public that there is equity here and we're being equitable with everybody. And they have been doing it. And sometimes they go even above and beyond when it's administrative central office level positions. You got like 15
Right.
ranks.
Right.
So those are kind of constraints, right? It's just we did it verbally, but that's a constraint we can put on the
Superintendent. Yeah, no, the superintendent. Because there are policies you very likely have in place that are encouraging micromanagement behavior. And what we're going to work towards later, once we set the foundation, is we're going to revisit your policies. It's what we call a policy diet. And we're going to align it to your goals and your constraints. So let me say that again. There are likely policies in your policy work that are encouraging micromanagement behavior. People didn't know any better. Now we do. We're using research and literature to guide us on this journey. To go back to this part. It's not just, you're right. It's not like I could say, hey, you know, you stepped out of line. What you can do is say, look, are we really going to honor constraint number 2? I'm just throwing stuff up on the screen. I believe that right now, right, we are violating constraint XYZ. You know what I'm saying? That's a much different conversation up here when you have something that you've put in writing, that you've taken to your community, that you have vetted, that you've gotten feedback. Look, can I be blunt? We're talking about some politics and some politricks. And because we can have a real conversation, we're assessing and then we can address. It will be a trusting process. It will be a gradual process. It's not going to be perfect. Somebody in this room is likely to maybe fall off for a little bit, but now you'll have some boundaries that you're setting in a culture in your boardroom. Make sense? What I'd like to do is leave you with this too. I don't propose that we're going to be done brainstorming what board constraints you want to have, but I really, because this is what, remember I said, I don't want a safe space, I want a brave space. Here we are again. You got a brave space going right now. It's a beautiful thing. So I want you to chew on this one a little bit more too. Think about and pay attention to your board meetings as we go along. What are some things, Jesse, you did a great job. There are some things that, you know, I think we could be better at. We need to be better at. Think about those and come back with those when we reconvene again. Questions or thoughts on board constraints and the role that they play? They're not measurable. They're going to be for you to hold yourselves accountable.
I like the ones that you have up there so far. I think you encapsulated everything that we're talking.
I was trying to. I mean, and all of these are up for wordsmithing, right? But you get no more than 5. If you want, you don't have to, but you better. There's so many others, and what I can do then also is I'll send you some examples of all these other boards, but I first wanted you to have a conversation about your board, your culture.
So, for me, I say again, is there a way, because I see this in so many boards, some board members take everything very personally, and it becomes like, oh, you're voting against me, not necessarily against the item. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that's when dysfunction bubbles up, and that's what I would like to avoid here.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to work that. I've never seen a constraint like that either, in where I work. But I would like to at least throw that out there, that idea out there.
So in Fort Worth ISD, we had agreements, we had constraints, and then we did agreements. I would say that we could find one. In Fort Worth ISD, we had, and I'm going to tell you, I violated it myself. I got called out on it, and I was the president too. One of them said the agreement is that when a vote is done, it is done, right? And it was the pandemic. It was when the pandemic hit. And we had a knockdown, drag-out fight on the dais till 3:30 in the morning. It was like 5 in the morning. And we had a knockdown, drag-out fight because we were deciding, do we open the schools earlier? Do we wait all the way until the governor has allowed us to? Or do we open early? And it was a split vote. There's 9 of us. It was 5 who said we vote to open early. 4 of us were really upset. I was one of the 4. We lost. The next day, or a couple hours later, one board member who's all about teachers voted to reopen schools early. Guess what happened to her? She got calls from teachers. She calls me the next day. She's like, I was delirious. It was 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. I want to revisit it. I called legal counsel, and I looked at the policy, and it said, in order to bring a vote back, you have to have someone from the winning side ask for it to come back. I went with policy, and I negated and I forgot the agreements that we made. So as the president of the board, I called a special meeting. And when we have the meeting, here we go again, arguing and fighting back and forth, everybody making their case. This time it goes 4-5, and we decided to wait at least another week. When I had conversations with my colleagues, this works, Jesse. Let me be real. It works if you work it, right? It sounds like we're in our Alcoholics Anonymous. My colleagues, the ones who lost, who won the first time but lost the second time, said, Cinto, you breached your integrity with me. And I said, how so? They said, in our agreements, it said that once a vote is done, it's done. And we don't take it personal. You undid the vote. And I said, I am so sorry. That was not my intention. But I did do it. And as leaders, got to own that. This integrity piece that's embedded in the governance, I had to own and say, I breached my integrity. I went with policy. Policy was right, but my commitment and my word to you as my colleagues, I breached my word to you. That's how this works. And that's why we want to set these in play. And we want to really think them out, and we want to word them, because there will be guidelines for you as board members. And it's not for you to necessarily, let me say this, I don't want you to weaponize this against each other. That will create a very toxic environment. What I would encourage is, and we could do team of 8 trainings later where I could help you navigate this, because we need to talk about what conflict looks like in your boardroom. I really think we should talk about what conflict looks like and what it could really look like at another level. You do this, it can not only change, but it will sustain if you sustain it yourself, because you're the genesis. I'm done preaching. How are we feeling?
A little disappointed, but
Por?
I was going to weaponize him and he's number 1. You're number 1. For those who don't know what number 1 is.
But it's as easy as like, hey, coach. It's as easy as saying, hey, coach, can I have, and really I'm going to look to not only every board member, but also the chair, right? The chair, you have an extra responsibility with this. To say, coach, you know what? I'd really like to talk to you because I think one of these, we're kind of like on that gray area tonight. Love to hear your perspective. What was your thoughts? it's this book called Leadership and Self-Deception that I talked to you about. It's not allowing myself to believe this story about any of you and making assumptions. My job as a leader is to minimize assumptions and to see you and you and you and you as people worth investing in, not as objects to be moved like a chessboard. There are outside influences that are constantly trying to use you as chess pieces to ram against each other. Let's undo that part.
Because one of the things I learned very, very early is when I ran for office, the ones that had issues are the ones that were supporting me. So then, I was listening to what they were saying. I learned to find out that there's two sides to every story.
There are, right?
Yeah.
Do you mind grabbing the leadership team? Do you mind grabbing the leadership team? Thank you, Melissa.
Were we good with that, those draft constraints on the board?
I was thinking of another, I know he's policy driven, right? Because he's the lawyer. I like to, look at policy, very policy driven. So we all interpret policies in our own different ways, I guess. It's kind of left up to interpretation, how we're reading the policies, and I know there's several that we haven't agreed on, like superintendent. We're supposed to do this, no, the policy says this, no, the policy isn't saying this. It's up to everybody's personal interpretation on the policies. So I don't know how we can word it where we're all on the same page with what they mean, and not interpret them how we want.
I mean, my perspective, I disagree. I think that they're pretty straightforward, but.
It's the way we
Yeah, no, I understand.
behave or the actions. For example, I don't know.
So we can work on wordsmithing it. Other boards have done something similar, which it's something. It's not that exact wording. It's like we're not going to go past a year or 2 years without all of us reviewing the board policy together. That ensures that you're not allowing for possibilities of people not doing it. If you as a group do it together, whatever that looks like, it can be brutal. It can be very brutal to go through all the policies, board policies, but it almost sounds like it's necessary.
Can I throw one out there?
Sure.
The board either collectively or through the actions of individuals or whatever shall not vote against a person.
What does that mean?
To me, and I need help words, I'm not going to vote against something just because somebody else is supporting it. I'm going to vote against something because I believe that the item, or you know what I mean? Don't waste a vote because of a person. How about that? Not just in a negative way.
I've felt that way in a couple of meetings. Just because you're supporting it, I'm not gonna support it, so. Or because you brought it up, I'm not gonna support it. And then 2 months later, okay, yes, let's go for it.
Okay. Yeah. But even also to make sure it doesn't happen again. Right? So, board, again, chew on it some. When we come back the next time, we've wordsmithed, but I'm also going to look to see what else comes up, and then we'll go from there.
One more,
Sure.
self-evaluation, because we haven't
Oh.
done that in 3 years. Oh, it's already part of our
It will be. Yeah, it's going to be in there. If you don't do it quarterly, you're going to lose points.
Oh, okay, then we're good.
So it'll be in there. Very cool.
I got it. The superintendent shall not listen to the board.
I'm going to veto that one. Although I've never had to veto.
Team event.
I'm just kidding.
Board, what is something that you hear from the community regularly? We call these pain points. We call these community landmines. What are areas that you envision being potential barriers to you actually achieving your goals, your student outcome goals? So like, are you hearing about teacher turnover? Just give me examples of what we hear around the country. Teacher turnover, facilities. It could be any one of those topics that we were talking about earlier, right? Anything that you no longer want to have to deal with or that you want the superintendent to take care of it. You take care of it. And you got to prove to us that you have a plan on how you're going to take care of it. And we as a board are going to monitor it at least twice a year. What are things that you've been hearing about? Mental health, safety, school safety. Like, what are you hearing?
Just an example from this last week. There's band kids who are out in the sun right now in the heat of the day, and they have no ice for their water, an ice machine. And of course, we're trying to get something, here you go, you gotta take care of it, because I don't want to get involved. Here you go, here's the email, FYI. So by the time, I guess people just skip the chain of command, and go tell the board trustee, which is okay, because that's what we're here for. We're here to listen to the community. But what can we do to take care of these things so that they don't have to come to this level? For it to be taken care of when it's needed and not 2-3 years later playing board members. For the needs to be met instead of waiting, and now I'm going to tell the board trustee.
Is it like communication? Is it?
Well, they didn't have an ice machine for practice.
But the band director had requested, he even got quotes, 2021, sent it to the principal, I don't know what happened. They had their 3 quotes, the band has no ice, they're in the heat right now, it's really hot. He never got it. He never got his ice machine, it's been 2 years.
Okay.
So those little things like that.
That's where it comes to the chain of command. So if you're a band director, you're an athletic head coach, anything that happens on the campus goes to the principal, then the principal will look into that. And if he doesn't, then it comes to the superintendent.
But the parent reached out to us.
I know, but did the parent reach out to the principal?
I don't know.
Because
It just came to us.
because a lot of times, and because I was a former principal, I would always tell coaches, coordinators, whatever, anything bring to me first. And then if I can handle it, perfect. Able to say it when we sit at principal.
But
if we cannot handle it, then we bring it to us.
But the band director did bring it to the principal 2 years ago.
Okay, see, that's
And
where-
nothing has been done. That's what I'm saying. Let's take care of it 2 years ago and not now. When
No, I
they're
thought the
now.
email said that the ice machine just broke.
No, they never had one. They would borrow it from the machine that broke.
Well, I think we do what we're supposed to do, though. We just forwarded it over to.
Yeah, which we did.
Which we did.
But what I'm saying is, let's not let it get that far. Let's just take care of needs. Yes, he did. He absolutely did.
Buy a new one.
Yes, he did. But what I'm saying is, let's not wait. Let's just take care of things that need to take care of for the students, instead of them coming to us.
Did you do the background? When I was there, we had an machine in the session. We had an machine in the training room. And we always made sure, this the year start, that me and Mr. Bassett were very, very close. Yeah. And I'd make sure that that machine was working. If it became unfunctional, and we had to have ice for the athletic and the band, then we would go into the cafeteria and utilize that. But the communication was there.
Yeah.
You cannot do anything on assumption. Okay, I'm here, I want this. Oof, what's the magic
Right.
item? It doesn't work that way.
And the point isn't about the eyes. There's so many. The point is, let's meet the needs when they're there instead of prolonging it and waiting to see how long we can go until we meet the
Well,
needs.
there's an example, for maintaining the board student outcome goals, the superintendent shall not allow programs to go without their needs being met. Ice machine.
Exactly. It can be ice, it can be other things, but let's just meet the needs.
Yeah. And
Anyway.
so the way this will work is whatever let's say that becomes a superintendent constraint. Dr. DeVera would come back with 1 to 3 measurables on how he plans on addressing it. Like maybe what you do is you're going to give him freedom and his team to be super creative. Maybe he comes back and says, we're going to conduct an equity audit on all programs, all extracurricular activity programs. We're going to figure out who has what, who doesn't have what. We're going to try to flush all of that out. But it's up to him to decide how he wants to address the pain point for the board. Does that make sense? So that's how this is going to work. And of course, if the children's needs are met, if the faculty, staff, all that energy and time spent on trying to get an ice machine could have been spent on focusing on the child, right? This is kind of how that works. What else, James?
Here's one. I got a call, and I haven't gone to Dr. Durrell or anything like that, but this is a follow-up from last year. An individual reached out to me, and I don't know how we can word it or what needs to be, but he's claiming there's some mistreatment there, some mistreatment, retaliation, and by superior, by somebody in one of these, you know, how can, and obviously, the retaliation is there because of the maybe he's been overlooked for certain position or whatever, he got his certification, did everything right to get on track, to be maybe the next guy up or whatever, and it didn't happen. So he obviously is trying to trust the system, and it's failed him. It's while he sees others being taken care of, in so many words. How can we avoid that? Obviously, I mean, Dr. Rivera was not aware of it. He's learning about it right now. But, you know, they bring issues like that because obviously they don't trust their immediate supervisors anymore. That's been torn, and they don't know who to turn to.
Sure.
I think some people by that time look to us to see if there's anything that we can help or anything that we can do. It's happened before. It's not just a recent situation. It's happened before, and you know it's upsetting that obviously we see a different person in the boardroom during the meetings.
Right.
But yet then they go back and work. I'm talking about the working class, the people that keep this district going are being mistreated or not being given the proper opportunities. That, you know, because they don't know the right person, they don't have the right guys, whatever it may be. How can we avoid that as a district from happening? Because it's not just one example. I'm sure there's been examples. Since I've been on, since I was.
How about this? In attaining the board student outcome goals, the superintendent shall not allow a culture of fear or retaliation in our school system. I don't know what you think.
But how do we even measure that?
And I get those calls too, you know, I get those calls.
How is he gonna measure that?
We can, yeah, that is a great question, and we can, there's a lot of different ways.
Climate survey.
I used to struggle with that too. Yeah.
And I get those calls
Yeah.
also, and that's a tough one because, you know, for every job or position, there's one person that gets hired. And if there
Yeah.
was 15 applicants, 14 are going to feel like they were done wrong, you know,
Yeah.
and so that's a tough one, you know, because it's not, you know, like I tell them, I go, that's not just about USU having all the qualifications, but how do you work with people? How do you know, what's your track record? You know, dealing with others, and sometimes that, and you know, because I get those conversations and those calls, and we have those conversations, and that's a tough one because a lot of those people are going to feel like, oh, you know what, they're punishing me, you know, and I try and tell them, you know, sometimes, you know, it's, you know, you try again, you know, you know, and it's tough.
It is.
Hypothetically, a lot of that one kind of addresses like if somebody files a complaint or something and then they're reassigned or whatever. You know what I mean? And they feel like they're being retaliated or
there was actual action taken against.
If you're letting the superintendent know what's a pain point, we will work really hard to find measurables. Could be surveys, could be keeping track of number of grievances. There's going to be a whole bunch of different ways. The point is, though, that you're going to put focus on a pain point, and you're gonna also give freedom to your superintendent to be super creative on how he wants to address it. And then when we get to that point on measurables, you're either going to vote up that you agree with the measurables or vote down, because what you want at the end of the day is you don't want these to be issues anymore. I was going to try to kind of word the one that Ben came up with, something about adult needs over students, something like that. Read it to me. Yeah. And we're at time.
Dr. Ruiz, I know what you're saying, and it is. I don't think anybody here has been fighting for a job more than I have. you guys are all from Weslaco and have stayed here in Weslaco. I've applied many times, and you keep applying, I think coming in here from an outsider and working at Weslaco East for 7 years, I got to see people pushed up ahead in front of other people that were more qualified. I mean, I've seen all that. So I think here right now we're at a different, time right now with us in this group. But I got to witness a lot of them, and a lot of them mistreated a lot of them. So I know it sounds, that's the way to do it, that is the school book, and you go apply it. I don't think people here really understand what it is to go apply, because I think here everybody always depended, I shouldn't say everybody, but a big majority of people depend on, hey, get me, help me get in, the good old voices. So, to a certain extent, I agree with you, but to a certain extent,
And I think that's where the board constraint comes on, that first one. I think it was that first one, and us, changing that culture, right?
Yeah, and Jesse, like, when somebody calls me that they're in need of a job,
What is it?
what I tell them, you have to do the best you can in the interview. Yes, you know.
But let me type it up first.
You have to sell yourself. That's what I told people, regardless of that's just what.
no, and that's what I also, but this call it wasn't about. It was more being mistreated.
They had this in the packets. It's pretty good.
No, whenever I don't even exercise that.
I wanted to do one about pay, but yeah, that's all right. So I can get credit with the teachers.
I'm gonna let you read it.
We corrected HR, hopefully now it's functioning better and everybody gets a fair opportunity. That's all we can say.
And again, Dr. Rivera used to tell the principals or leadership team, you always have to surround yourself with good people to be productive and to be successful, regardless of the situation. And I believe that he'll carry that over, and we've gotten less complaints since January, minor complaints here and there, but not like before, right?
Well, from November to December, I got a bunch, and then from
January to now.
No, it's been very, very quiet.
So if you would have passed the constraint back then, we'd all be happy because guess what? The board made it a priority and he took care of it.
So that one that I had said earlier, the superintendent shall not allow adult conveniences to take preference over students' academic achievement.
Yep. And then because of the dialogue, just again, we're going to need a lot of wordsmithing and we're going to want to revisit sooner rather than later. I put number 4 up there just because, again, as Ben had described, right? Let's get rid of some of these pain points. Let's get rid of some of this and let's figure out how we calibrate within the system. Lean on the superintendent, trust but verify, right? Not rubber stamping, trust but verify. And again, a huge plus is I hear you trust this educational expert leader. Now would be the time to find that calibration with what that conversation was earlier. If you had a whole different scenario, I'd be saying we got a long road ahead of us. I don't believe that that's the case. We're at time. What I want to ask is, when is right now a good time to try to find a date to come back for about 2 hours? You process, you get more data in front of you. You chew on the board constraints, you chew on the superintendent constraints. When we come back, we're ready to fine tune. And then we're planning, after that one, we're planning community engagement and community outreach. What are dates that would work? And I guess I should put my calendar out too. So we would have to convene after your board meeting, so it'd have to be after the 15th.
Oh, for the data to come in.
For the data, yes, we need that data.
Can we do that on Wednesday? Oh, you do Wednesday? Oh, no. Thursday? Can we do Thursday?
What does like August 31st look like for y'all?
First week of school.
Oh, first week of school.
Could we do that Monster football game that night? I can't do the 31st, like this week.
But like regularly on Mondays, could you be able to?
The second and fourth, no, the first and third, yes.
Okay.
September 6th.
How are you with Mondays? Are you busy on Mondays? Dr. Rodriguez?
Are we sure you?
Mondays are bad for me though.
Well, I'm talking about regular board meetings.
Oh, gotcha.
Because now this year, she has Tuesday.
And Wednesday.
We're gonna change it again for
And we're just gonna leave it on Mondays. He also is available on
I'm
Mondays.
not good on Tuesdays either. So good. I got board meetings. Mondays are good for you?
The 30th for a workshop?
No, for a workshop, we can do it any other day that we need.
What day for a workshop is what I'm looking for?
Okay,
The week of the,
whatever.
like 29th, 30th, 31st of August,
Not
Friday,
30.
Those are good for you?
those are good for me.
31st on a Thursday?
29 or the 30th?
Not 30th, because I have class on Wednesdays, and it's a Wednesday. So 31st or?
31st.
We're checking to see if there's a football game on Thursday.
We need to be careful not to
Okay,
cross that line.
Yeah.
okay.
Good call, coach. Good call.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
What about
Board used to be
28th?
on football Friday or Thursday.
28th, you said no, not Monday, the 28th?
I
No.
teach on Mondays.
Okay, what
August
about,
31st, there's a game, Harlingen,
okay, so not,
there's actually two games.
Two games.
On the 31st.
okay.
No, the 31st was.
We have a lot of
East
sub-varsity
plays
stuff going
Friday.
on.
How about that Wednesday?
The 30th?
Wednesdays?
Oh, you can't, you can't.
What about Tuesday, the 29th? Is there any?
Unless it's quick, I start till 7 to 10.
Yeah, we would do two.
How about that Monday?
Monday the what?
Bad for me.
Yeah, 'cause he has
I
class
teach on Mondays.
It'll be a long day also, we got the complication. I don't know, not,
No, 28th will be the first day of school.
What's the
28th is the
convocation?
first
What's it called?
it's on the 21st.
So how about the week before? The week of the 21st?
The 24th, or the 23rd, 24th?
24th?
Can you do 24th? Can everybody do 24th?
What,
Thursday, August 24th?
so Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of that week, we have Meet the Teacher Night at the campuses. So we're fine, okay. Okay.
August the 24th?
The 24th?
Oh, but I haven't, yeah. We'll probably meet the teachers.
Well, we can, what time do we start?
It's 5 to 7.
Oh, no, we'll be done by then.
So Tuesday will be the middle school, Wednesday will be the high school, and Thursdays will be elementary.
Or maybe the teachers can meet even.
Oh, I'm fine, because mine will be on
Gotta
Tuesday.
take a restroom break.
So, no, we're fine.
Elementary Thursday.
The 24th?
24th?
Or just ask the teacher, like, on Zoom or something, they can, I'm sure they can work with you. Maybe you can't make it at that time.
Thursday is best for me, the 24th.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, 24th works.
And that meeting next week, when is it?
The 15th?
The first.
Tuesday?
Oh, next week we have.
Tuesday.
Are we set in stone for that day?
We have a special board meeting next week, no?
We haven't posted it yet.
It's been posted.
Oh, it has?
It posted,
Oh, I didn't see it.
Today.
Oh, okay, I didn't see it.
So what time on that, on the 24th?
It's up to y'all.
Can you Zoom?
What time on the
Oh, I
24th?
think,
It's a workshop with the.
Yeah, I know, it's on the bottom.
You wanted in here?
5:30 to 7:30?
Sure.
Since, that way Mark will be done by then.
Okay.
5:30 to 7:30.
So the 24th,
Yes.
5:30 to 7:30. I will get you materials. The constraint that we're possibly looking at, that I will bank on you reading your data and brainstorming on what other constraints you might want to bring to the forefront. And then when we're done, it's time to plan to go to the community.
What does that look like? Town halls?
Traditionally, that's what people had used to do. We have changed it up a great deal. Part of what's going to happen is I'm going to ask all of you to tell me where you think you as a board should go and visit, of course, without a quorum. So some of you, like in Fort Worth, we have an event called Chorizo and Menudo, where a lawyer buys breakfast for everybody in the community to hear from community leaders. And so our board went to Chorizo and Menudo, and we went to the people. Others, we went to the PTA groups. We have a group called Parent University that doesn't do PTA. We went to the Parent University. We went to go talk to the parents. We went to student councils. We have another group called My Brother's Keeper and My Sister's Keeper. We went to go talk to those students. We went to go talk to the young people that were in in-house suspension. We listened to them, and we heard and we shared the goals, right? I mean, think about it. You're going to be sharing goals and constraints with young people and third graders. Santa Rosa did it with the third graders, because the third graders are like, wait, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about food. So you'll get feedback from the students, the teachers, parents.
Would it be bad to do something like this at the convocation? Like, this is the plan for the year? Is it not up the place? Because we have all the staff there?
Well, we're gonna have the town hall meetings for the bond coming up. We had talked about that. That's also, there's gonna be a lot of town hall meetings.
But do people actually show up? Very little?
I like the idea of going to the people.
It's not an either or. It can be a both and. It could be, maybe we do a brief part, but it's got to be board led. You as a board are going to lead that, not your leadership team. Your leadership team superintendent will support and be there, but you got to educate your people.
We have a back to school bash coming up, no?
The convocation.
No, the back to school bash, the one for kids and stuff, like the school supplies.
Would it be a place where people would sit down and actually listen and have a conversation with you?
I don't know if they'll sit down and listen, but we can be there.
Well, so that's,
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, because
Yeah.
basically, there's numerous booths, again, students can go in and get haircuts. I mean, there's,
Hey, we'll be saying, we're gonna increase your scores from 55 to 65.
the other thing is you could probably invite them if you already have set events by then, you can give them the info to invite them to come. The idea here is to not do the traditional version of we're going to spill out all this information and then we're going to assume that you heard it. The idea really is to really engage your people.
Is there a set of points or something so we can all talk the same language or
Great question.
have the same message?
I'm going to work with your board officers. The board officers will lead that charge, or officer. No, the board officers, we're going to work with your board officers to design, with your feedbacks, to design a script. It's one that's going to be particular to your community. So yes, we want you to have the same message. First ones tend to be a little brutal because they're going to ask questions that I don't really know the answer. And then that's when you could say, hey, Mr. Aguilar, Dr. Rivera, or others, can you answer that briefly? But you got to own the microphone and you got to own the meeting. Because you want to show your community, we're running this, we're doing this, we're setting the targets, we're going to own the goals. We want your partnership, and we want to do this locking arms with you. So you don't want them doing all the talking. You want to do the talking. And as you get comfortable with it, it'll be really cool. I'll say this too, if it's only one board member, we call that campaigning. We don't want you campaigning here. We want you to work with at least one other board member, no more than a quorum, right? So that'll be the other part. And I know the joke was, oh, Jackie will do it. Absolutely not. I'm going to definitely put the pressure. I know. And it has happened where other boards try to leave it on one or two people. I'm going to say.
Can't wear a campaign shirt for these things.
I'm just saying, right? The idea is you can't fake it in some of these scenarios, meaning that some of the bonding that is going to hopefully continue to happen between the board, it gets done doing the governance work. Because if you start taking hits if you and Ben are at a meeting and you're taking hits from community members, there's some bonding that can happen unless one of you flip on each other publicly. Right? Yeah, I know. Because then there's experiences that you'll have, and the bonding that'll happen tends to be pretty good. And it carries over into the boardroom so that when we're monitoring the constraints, we're not faking it. It's not artificial harmony. But you really want to hit your community. The other thing is, remember we talked about this, the big picture. The folks that are going to hear from you and see this, it's probably likely that they've never seen this before from this board. It's going to be pretty powerful. So we'll hash that out as we get there. Any other questions? I've kept you over and I feel horrible about it. Questions or thoughts? Are you getting credit for it? All these minutes and hours are going to be taken into account when you do your self-evaluation.
So no, we're not getting credit.
No, well, boy, you stop. Yeah, please sign in.